Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for joining. It's Saturday morning. We are going to get to our fourth and possibly final journal class for the February journal series. So let me get this pin put in quick. There it is. Just so if you want to join the Facebook group, the pin is up there. We're going to be working in the February junk journal. I'm going to decorate my cover today, hopefully. I may have a short class. I may have a long class. I don't know yet. We'll see how the morning goes. So I'm not going to do a bunch of chit chat. I'm in the middle of assembling two signatures. So I'm pretty much just going to say good morning, say thanks for joining me, and I'm going to flip the camera down and I'm going to assemble these signatures. So I'm trying to sew the other two signatures into the other two covers. I make 3 journals at a time. So one has a signature already sewn in. I'm assembling the other two right now. I'll get those sewn in. Then we will probably move on to decorating the cover of one of them. And then we will make some ephemera. Maybe. It depends. If it's a short class, I don't know what I'll get to. Let me just switch the camera down so I don't waste time chit-chatting, and we'll get working on it. So where's my camera? There's my camera. All right, let's do it. So I hope you guys are having a great Saturday, a great weekend, a start to a great weekend. So this is the one that has a signature in it, right? I'm going to sew the signature into these two, and then we're going to hopefully decorate a cover, and we'll see what else that we get to. I'm hoping to have these nearly done, but I do have boxes full of already pre-made ephemera. So even if we get the signatures in and the covers decorated, I have other ephemera. If you ever need inspiration for making ephemera to fill a journal, there are over 180 videos on the channel where you can watch and you can learn how to make 180 different ideas for junk journals. So you guys can watch those, and there's pockets, and there's, different kinds of tags, and I mean, really all kinds of things are in there. I should wait to fold this, but I'm just going to fold it in half. But anyway, there's a lot of ideas there. We will make some more ephemera. I have made ephemera in this series with you all, but if we ever are lacking in the ephemera department, that's where you can find a lot more inspiration. It's just on the channel, and it's in the 365 Days of Junk Journal Ideas videos, as most of you guys know. That's where they are. I think I'm pretty much there. I have, because I'm doing 2 journals, right? So I have 2 piles, and I've just added French invoices. I added French documents. These are all originals. I added French handwriting pages, and I added French ledger. And then we have some book pages and my digital pages that are printed. And then down underneath here, we have like the add-ins, the Florentine paper, the vellum piece, more book pages, coffee dyed paper, music paper. So anyway, I have 2 signatures. Maria, you are in trouble. Maria sent me not just like, like a 4-pack of crumble cookies. Maria sent me like the entire crumble store, and it was so funny because she sent a message saying something was arriving, like, I don't know, by the time I saw it, it was just a few minutes before it got there. And she sent me crumble cookies yesterday. And it was very unexpected and also very much appreciated. That was a good way to finish yesterday off, was eating the most I can eat at one sitting, just so y'all know, is half a crumble cookie. And Maria sent me a dozen. So it's going to be like, we're sharing them, we're freezing them. We have lots of crumble cookies. We'll be set on crumble cookies till we move. But anyway, it was super, super nice of you, Maria. Thank you so much. And she sent a cute little note. So that was very nice of Maria. But yes, you are in trouble. My waistline does not need crumble. However, my spirit and my brain surely did. And crumble cookie, they have like amazing flavors all the time. I don't know their backstory, but I don't know where they come up with their flavors or what they decide they're going to do for flavors every month, because I think their flavors change all the time. They might have like a standard favorite list now. I think that's what I read, is there's going to be like a standard favorite list where they have, you know, like the most popular cookie flavors all the time, and then they'll rotate through some like random ones. But anyway, there was everything under the sun in there, and I ate half of I think it's like a brownie batter cookie yesterday. That's the one that my brain said, hey, you wanted brownies, here's a brownie batter cookie. So thank you, Maria, that was awesome. All right, so in one of these I have 5 coffee dyed papers. And in this one, I've got 4. So that's interesting. Let's go ahead and make these signatures quick. I'll leave that there for just a minute. Let's make these signatures and get them sewn in. Just while we're chit-chatting, waiting for people to get here, whatever. It is a very relaxed class. We're just we're gonna get to whatever we end up getting to, and we're going to at the end, hopefully have something that resembles a finished journal. And I know you guys are a little bit confused about the new journal kit. I will be showing the new journal kit. I'm not going to go through all the pieces and all of that kind of stuff, but I will be showing it again next week. And maybe next week we can talk about it again after I kind of sorted out who's on the list for subscription. And so we'll talk about it again. But anyway, the new junk journal kit is out. It's a physical junk journal kit that makes journals, and it came out last week. And if you missed it, you guys can watch the Thursday live, and it's shown at the 1 hour in mark, or roughly the 1 hour in mark. So there's that. Let's go ahead and get a signature assembled. I will look back to, so I have 2 covers, right? And this is the one that the signature is in. So I'm going to look back to this one, and it's just quicker for me to just, you know, assemble them pretty much in the same order. I might move something around here or there if it doesn't look right with the new papers and stuff that I chose. But basically I'm going to be copying this one or using this one for a template to get the other 2 signatures sewn in. So if you are behind in making your junk journal and you need to sew your signature in, we're going to work on that for a little bit today. And then we're going to decorate this cover. I don't think the cover decoration is going to take very long. So I'm going to work one pile at a time. I'm going to pop this junk journal that has the signature in it up here. And you guys will just catch the bottom. I'm trying to fit this on screen, basically. Let me move this out of the way. So I'll have one there, and hopefully you guys can see mostly that. So the first page we did was this one. So this is why I make 3, really honestly, because it takes a lot of time to make one. And it takes basically next to no time to make the other 2. Yes, you still have to make all the ephemera, and yes, that does take time. But it's faster when you already have a template, right? You already have one done, and you can just, you know, flip through it like this. And I don't make them identical. They will never be identical because the ephemera I make is different. I might put different papers. If I use, you know, antique authentic things, they're always different. But basically, I'm going to walk you through the mass production, as much as 3 journals can be mass production. But I'll walk you through this process and see, like, this is different, but it's similar. It's similar. And immediately I know I don't want that there in this journal, so we're just going to move on. It'll find a home later. There's that. So how are you guys this morning? Isn't Maria the sweetest? Oh my gosh, you guys sent me things. That is so very kind of you, Diana. Thank you. A UPS delivery today. Curious. Very curious. And you guys are the sweetest crowd. You guys are just the sweetest. Most kind people ever. I know I need to trim this signature down once we finally get it sewn in. And it will need straightened. If you notice, I'm not really worrying about straightening. I'm worried about getting the papers in the right order at this point. Do not leave outside. Okay. I should be home all day today because I am making the new journal kits for you guys. I made some, but I have to make a lot more of them. So yeah, I should be home all day. But goodness, guys. So generous and so kind. Very unexpected. Like, I know you guys are nice and kind, but like, you don't have to send me things. Thank you. I really appreciate the thought, but don't ever feel like you're obligated. And I know that's not why you guys did it, but basically I'm having a little bit of a struggle. You guys are kind enough to help me out with that. Do I not have this paper? So I am having a little bit of a personal struggle. I'm trying to figure out how to manage, just like everyone else, trying to figure out how to manage it all, right? And sometimes I fail. Sometimes I do better than others, but sometimes I fail. And see, now here I'm short a book page. So now I need to find a book page. But anyway, thank you guys for being so kind, and thank you for sending me things. I'll totally, I'll be home today and make sure I get it. All right, so we need a book page. I need a folio of this kind of a book. Even when I think I have everything, I'm always short something. How many of you guys are finished or finishing your junk journals? How many of you guys are like done or nearly done? The February junk journals, how many have sped way past me and gotten them done? I know some of you had them done for Valentine's Day, which is awesome. They were lightly Valentine's Day themed, at least that's how I describe it. You could have made them totally Valentine or not Valentine at all. But I saw some that were done. We have a Facebook group challenge that will be ending at the end of the month. Halfway done. I have Ephemera that also needs finishing. But I do have a huge box of already finished. And luckily this journal, it's a lot of, you know, pinks and that kind of stuff can work in it. So I will have a lot of pre-made ephemera that will work in this journal. So that's good, because that always, you know, if you have a box of just ready to go ephemera, you're going to be so far ahead of the game, because, you know, at the end of every journal, you're like, okay, I have this one pocket. I don't have anything in it. I need to make something, you know, maybe you're running out of steam because it's like the end of the journal. It's really nice to have that box where you just have, pre-made ephemera that is quick and easy, and you could just like pop it in there. Or maybe you have a box that is like ready to decorate, where it's like the base is there, the background is there, the layering is there, but you just need to add like a focal point or something that you can match to your theme. So here I did a smaller one of those. But anyway, like an unfinished project box, that's good too. Good jump start. Can speed up the journal making process. The next journal I'm so excited about. Halfway done. In all honesty, that is about where I feel I am. I feel I am about, see, and now here I want it like that. I feel like I am about halfway, if I'm being truthful. I feel like I really could, and this is like very similar, but I'm just going to do it. So I've changed it up a little bit, but I feel like honesty, if I was going to sit here and have to make every single thing from scratch, I would say I was about halfway done. Now, because I already have a bunch of ephemera made, because of the 365 videos, etc., because I have all of that ready to go, I feel like I could pretty much finish these today. Maybe I will. That's the goal, but I do need to get work done. So there's that. Now I have this that I moved around. So I need to find a place to put this. And it would have looked lovely here. It's blues and pinks. And that would have looked lovely there. That's okay. I don't mind that. But let me see if I can find a better place for it. What if we move that? No, that could be there. And we do a stack of 2 there. I feel like that's good, but I feel like this ledger might be good back here. Because of the blues. I feel like it might be good back there. So I think I'm going to go with that. I can't take time. I need you guys to understand I cannot take time. I do not have the luxury of taking time off. I have bills that need to be paid and I have a family to support. So as much as I love the advice, don't get me wrong, as much as I love it, I cannot afford to take time off. I cannot afford to just not work. It's not where I'm at right now. Without going into too much detail, I need to work. I love the advice. I love the sentiment. I love the thought that's behind it. I wish that I could, but I am not in a position to do that. So unfortunately, I cannot. Maybe at some point, but not in the near future. So there's one signature done. Let's do that other one quick. Once you get all your pages, you can see that I still need to trim the edge off. But once you get all your pages ready to go and you have a template to follow, assembling that signature is super fast. I so appreciate you guys, your advice and your very kind words. I cannot. And I struggle with it very much because my body is so tired, but I cannot. It's not a luxury that I have. Unfortunately, I just have to keep chugging along and getting things done. All right, so there's that one. Eventually, my body will just decide that I don't have a choice, and I guess that's when it will happen. And that's just all I know to say is eventually my body will say, you will not go on, and then that'll be that, I guess. That sounds terrible. I will be fine. It will be okay. Please don't stress about me. I know that you guys have so much stress going on in your own lives, and you guys all have, things that are happening, and some of you also going through some trials and tribulations. And so, it's just something where, as women, I think it's a bigger burden sometimes because we are always trying to do for everyone all the time. And yeah, so, I think a lot of you are probably in a very similar spot where, you don't have the luxury of just quitting and saying, I want to take a week off, or, even I just want to step away from this for a day or something. Like, I don't have that luxury. This is not that kind of a job where I can just It's not that kind of a job where you can ever just step away from it. It's just not like that. I don't know how else to explain it, but also financially, I have zero flexibility with that. So back to journal making. Back to journal making. Oh my gosh. I have loved these printed vellum pages that we did during the last super sale. I have really loved putting those in journals. And I hope to do some printing for you guys today. Might be this evening, but I hope to do some printing for you guys. Now this one is really this one backwards. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks so much for joining. Yeah, I'm just assembling the other two signatures quick. I wasn't sure which one I wanted to start working in or whatever. I just need to get them to the same point. And so I was doing this before I turned the camera on. That does not go there. A book page goes there. But anyway, this book page goes there. I was assembling these signatures, ran out of time, the camera turned on, and now here we are. So I'm quickly assembling these other two signatures. Now I know I moved this and put this here, so I'm just going to put it there now. And this one needs flipped for this journal. So if you need to assemble a signature, let's get it done quick. And then let's move on to decorating some covers. And then after we decorate, I mean, I'm only going to decorate one with you because I don't want you to have to sit while I do the other ones. I don't want you to have to sit while I decorate 3 covers. That seems excessive. So I will decorate one with you all. See, and I just changed something here too. I think we pulled this book page out and we did that. And then, what did I just do here? I changed it. I flipped it around. That's what I did. Did I? No. See, when I make a change, I don't remember what I just did. So on this one, I left it like that. So that's accurate. That's accurate. Then on the inside, we put the document. The document went here on that one. Then we did copy dyed. Let's do this copy dyed. I like the color of it. Then we have our doily. Oh, the flu. Oh my goodness. You know, the winter time in Arizona, it doesn't get as cold as the rest of the country, but we sure still have our flus and colds out here. And I didn't really, like, my mom always said when you got cold, like when you got cold, when you were in cold weather, if you were out and it was windy and like super, super cold, that you were going to get sick, right? Like wear your jacket, you're going to get sick, whatever. And it didn't really make sense to me because if you know how the body works, like there has to be germs to get sick, right? The cold weather inherently does not carry extra germs, at least in my brain. This is, as a child, I was always confused by if you're out in the cold weather, you'll get sick because you were taught that germs made you sick, right? So how does being in windy, cold temperatures make you sick? And the only thing that I can say to that is, even though Arizona does not have cold weather, we still somehow get sick, and it's the germs, right? So Mom, as much as you always told me to wear my jacket when it was cold and windy, I still think germs make us sick. But even though Arizona, like, you know, the rest of the country has a much worse flu season than we have, it still hits us really, really hard. And maybe it's because, now to debate this, maybe it's because people don't wear jackets here. Like people never wear pants in Arizona, even in the wintertime. You'll see half of the state of Arizona is still wearing shorts in December and January. So anyway, I don't know what makes us sick, but unfortunately, the cold and flu season even comes to sunny Arizona. So, okay, I think we have 2 signatures done. For some reason, I had this extra little page, and I don't know why. And this one, where did I put the little page? Just let me check it quick, because I'm going to sew these in, or at least that's the plan, because I want them to be done. I don't know where the little book page went. Where did we put the little book page? Oh, we put it around the document. Okay, that makes sense. We put it around the document. So in the red document section, we put this up here and this down here, so that we could kind of see both. We'll check it again. Nope, other way. We broke up document and document with that. Okay, that makes sense. I'll get it situated here eventually. All right, so now I have 3 junk journals. One has a signature sewn in, 2 do not. I did bring in the things to sew them. So we could do that, but then I'll have 3, right? I need to cut some pages and whatever. So maybe we move on to cover decoration. I wondered about that too, like if your body just being too cold, but again, I don't think that that really works that way, but I don't know. You'll have to ask a infectious disease doctor why for forever grandmas and mothers were always saying if, you know, like if you got too cold, you would get sick. I don't know. I feel like that's been a thing for forever. So anyway, I like the fact that, you know, we're going to have 3. I like the fact that these will be almost done. Let's make some, let's decorate the cover. This is the one with the signature sewn in. Let's decorate the cover. So thank you for sitting there while I assembled those signatures. That was another refresher in case you also needed to sew or get your signature situated. Working on your paper doll pages, it's taking forever. Aww. Aww. I know that a lot of the country has had terrible, terrible winter with lots and lots of snow. We're always lucky, like we don't ever get snow here. It's impossible for it to snow where I live. Now, occasionally there'll be like 5 snowflakes that fall around Christmas, but they don't stick to anything and they melt as soon as they touch you. But very rarely do we actually see that. And it's like the tiniest little fleck of snow. We never get the big lacy snowflakes. That's just not where we live. But anyway, the weather is always very, you know, very nice here until you get to the summertime where it's 120. So it's a give and take, basically, is what I'm saying. Let's decorate the cover. Now, for these, I did use in all 3 journals, I did use the Valentine or I'm going to say that some pages were definitely Valentine, obviously, right? So I did use those pages, meaning if you didn't make your journal with the Valentine pages, then you might want to decorate your cover different than I'm about to decorate. I'm going to decorate these as, you know, some Valentine or vintage Victorian images that basically are used for Valentine's Day. So I'm going to use them as Valentine journals, I guess. As you see, my cover has a little ripple there. It's because I didn't quite get that glued, but I'm about to stick a bunch of gluey stuff to it. So it will be secure, and we're going to put lace down the spine. So if you haven't sewn around your cover, you want to do that before you sew your signature in. But if you already sewed your signature in and you realized, oh darn, I forgot to sew around it, you still can sew around it. What you're going to do, because somebody asked me this, if you have sewn your signature in, but you forgot to sew around your cover, you still can sew it. What you do is you might have to start and stop because your sewing machine is going to be different than my sewing machine. My sewing machine will allow me to start right here, and it will allow me to sew, and end. So instead of sewing around the entire cover, obviously it's hard. You can't really sew right here. At least my machine doesn't. So sew around each panel on 3 sides. right? And then for the back one, you know, you're going to get it in your sewing machine the same way, and you're going to sew, sew, sew. So yes, you can still sew around it. If you look at the way it's sewn on the front cover, you really only see those 3 sides anyway. You're going to have lace that covers right here. So even if your stitching did not get all the way to the spine of your journal because your signature is in the way because you sewed it in before you sewed around your cover, it's going to be fine. You just put the lace down the spine and that will cover any gap that you have in your stitching. And you don't have to sew around. You don't have to sew around it. It really is extra. If you used Fabri-Tac, that is not going to tear off. The fabric is not going to come off. Nothing like that is going to happen. Now, if you use like Aleene's Tacky Glue or some other kind of glue, I can't speak to how well that glue holds because I don't use them. I only really use Fabri-Tac, and that's what I always construct covers with because it's strong and it's durable, right? So if you used a different glue, I don't know, but if you are worried about it and you have a sewing machine, you could certainly sew around 3 sides, and it doesn't matter which way you start. It it depends on whether you're right or left-handed or how your machine is set up. But anyway, it's still possible to sew around it. Somebody else asked, is it possible to sew in a pocket after you have your signature in? My answer is yes. You can always sew in a pocket, but when you sew in here on the inside cover, you're gonna see the sewing stitches on the back. So if you're planning on decorating the whole entire, cover part down here on the front cover, then that's probably fine because you won't see the stitching go through. But when I sew my covers, I sew with this side facing up. And so you can see where I sewed because the stitches come, through to the other side. So if you sew a pocket right here, then you're gonna see that the stitches from that pocket. Now, if you're decorating everything out here or you don't care, then that's great. But for most of us, that probably would create a little bit of a problem because we would have this, seemingly weird stitching on the front where you wouldn't know what it went to until you opened it up. Do you know what I mean? So those are the 2 questions I had about sewing around junk journal covers. Let's decorate. I want the lace for down the edge of the journal. Where is that? There's the lace for down the spine of the journal. I have all these extra bits and pieces that I didn't use. And we should have some more lace somewhere. We should have more lace. I don't know. I'll find it. But we're going to start like that. That's kind of how my design is going to look. And we need to layer up a focal point for in this middle section. And somebody asked, well, do you have to have a focal point on the front? Of course not. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. If you don't want a focal point or if you don't want anything on the front cover, then leave it plain. That's totally up to you. It's your prerogative of how you want your journal to look. But if you are making a journal to sell, I will tell you that covers, above anything else, covers sell junk journals. It's usually the first picture that somebody sees of your junk journal is the cover, right? So if you are trying to sell your junk journal, you want to make sure that your cover makes people want to see more. So if they look at your front cover of your journal and it's very plain, they don't know what's inside. They don't know what the style is or the theme is, or what is it, a vintage junk journal or a modern junk journal? Is it steampunk? Nobody knows, right? Because there's nothing on the front cover to tell them. So if you're selling a junk journal, you should, in my opinion, decorate the front cover of your journal if you're selling it. And you should, in my opinion, have the front cover decoration give the person an idea of what is inside of the journal. It should be similar theme. It should kind of give them an idea of, oh, this is a Victorian French lady journal, or oh, this is an Italian lady journal, or oh, this is an Easter bunny journal, or this is a steampunk journal, or whatever. Like this is a butterfly journal, whatever it is, right? So that's my opinion, but this is what I think works the best for selling. If it is your personal junk journal, then you do whatever your heart and your creativity tells you to do. But selling a junk journal, making a junk journal to sell is very different than making a junk journal for your own personal taste, right? at least at least some different thought processes come into play. A journal, if you're making them to sell, it should be, you want to have, if you're making a junk journal to sell, you want it to appeal to a larger audience, right? So I'm not saying don't make what you love. By all means, make what you love. But in the back of your mind, just keep the thought in that you're trying to appeal to a wide audience. So while some people might like a blue elephant with long black hair kind of theme junk journal, some people might. The audience that would probably buy that is probably fairly specific and small. But a lot of people like vintage junk journals. The most junk journals that sell are vintage junk journals, followed by modern. And it is a neck and neck, and it is a personal preference. However, I will say vintage junk journals, they have a little bit more of a following. So anyway, vintage I think sells better than modern. I think vintage sells for more money than modern. And I think vintage takes about the same time to make as a modern, but you get higher reward for, you get higher profit, you get a higher sale amount for a vintage junk journal than you do a modern junk journal. The reason why is modern junk journals, they don't take a lot of money for supplies. Oftentimes these are things that you guys are picking up on the Asian shopping sites and stuff like that, where it's very inexpensive. The supplies that go into it are generally, scrapbook paper, stuff like that, that isn't as expensive as an antique document. So it is cheaper to make a modern junk journal. Therefore, the selling asking price is usually much lower. But the time it takes to do all the collaging and all the layering and all the making of pockets and tags and covers is about the same for a lot of the junk journals out there. So if you're looking to sell journals, my advice is to sell junk journals that are vintage theme if you want the higher price point, and to go all out, put your heart and soul into it to make it be the most, beautiful, best journal that you can make. But keep in the back of your mind that you're trying to cast a wide net of people who might be, that this journal might appeal to. So when you decorate the front cover of your journal, try to also keep that in mind, that if you really, really love that blue elephant with black hair image or whatever, I'm just trying to pull like some completely random whatever out of my brain. But if you really love a certain image, but that probably more people would not like that image than would like that image, then if you're looking to sell a journal, maybe go with a different image on the front cover. A front cover is very important. It really sets the tone for what the whole journal is about. So when I'm going to decorate this one, it is a Valentine/rose. It's a Victorian time period. There's antique documents in there. It is an antique or vintage themed junk journal. So I want that to be displayed and shown on the front cover of my journal. So we're going to put some beautiful lace, right? Then we're going to choose an image and we're going to layer that image up. Now I could just put the lace on it. If I put just the lace on it, that's beautiful, right? It still looks vintage. It's red. It kind of gives you an idea, but giving the buyer a little bit more, hey, this is what this junk journal is about, or hey, this is the theme of this junk journal. I think that's also a better idea. So we're going to find an image. We're going to layer it up with some layering lace behind the image. And then we'll layer this lace down the spine. We'll talk about putting some lace on the pages. I probably won't do it with you because it takes time, and you all know how to glue lace to paper, so I don't really feel like I need to show you that. But let's go ahead and get into the image and the layering. Hopefully that information is somewhat helpful, and hopefully it doesn't upset you, but I just feel like if you guys are going to sell it, you might as well make it so it appeals to a lot of people. All right, anyway, we're going to layer up an image. The first thing I need is a very sturdy piece of cardstock. And I have some watercolor cardstock in here. So this is the same type of watercolor cardstock that the cover was made out of. I'm going to cut this down, and that is where I'm going to start layering up paper to put my focal point on. Then we will layer lace behind it. So now we're going to make the focal point for that journal. And some people will be mad and they'll be like, well, we should just make whatever we want to make. Absolutely. You should just make whatever you want to make. But if you're trying to sell it, you must consider what I mean, you must consider at least some thought of, you know, the appeal of it to an audience, right? Now, if you're making and you don't care if it sells it, because you'll just keep it and you'll use it, then make whatever you want to make. But if you are struggling with selling journals in Etsy, as a lot of people are, if you are struggling with, you know, you've made them, you've listed them in Etsy, you have photos, you have description, and they're still not selling, just take a moment and look at them from a buyer's perspective. Look at them and see, do you have a picture? Do you have pictures that show what the front cover looks like? Do you have pictures that show what the inside looks like? Do you, does your title say like the theme or style, or is it descriptive? Like it's a description, it's a title. It should have some descriptive words that tell a buyer, you know, what your junk journal is all about. This, I forgot to measure this for you. This piece of cardstock that I just cut is about 4 inches by 5.5. 4 by 5.5, and that's where I'm going to start for layering paper for this cover. Now I could cut this down later a little bit more if I wanted to, but I wanted to give myself a nice canvas there to work with. And this is super thick 320 GSM watercolor cardstock. So there's that piece. And it's hard for me to, and you guys know this, and I do apologize. It's hard for me to work, think about what I'm doing, and also speak. So that is becoming increasingly more challenging. I don't know why, but it is. Maybe age, maybe all kinds of things. I don't know if we want to start with some music back there, but I think music might be good. Before I start cutting and gluing and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to take a minute and I'm going to just kind of plan it out. So the thing that I need to think about the most is what is the actual focal point. I don't know. And in all honesty, I have zero plan. I don't know what I'm going to choose for the focal point. I have an idea and I'm going to start from there. And if it doesn't work out, then I'll pivot and move to something else. But let's do it together live and just, you know, we got to start somewhere. Let's see where it goes. In your kits, if you got a kit, you had this. In this is a piece of parchment cardstock that I printed for you all. And I did this for several reasons. If you do nothing else to these, just cut them out and put them in pockets as journal cards, right? There's 5 journal cards if you do nothing else. This one down here is the perfect size and orientation for a little pocket. I will more than likely be using this as a pocket today because I need pockets. This one right here is just a little wine list or a wine card, but I thought that it went with a lot of colors in here, so we put that in. This one is just a little pink French invoice. Again, you could cut these two into tag shape and make them little tags if you wanted. You could layer some collage bits over this. If you don't want it to be about wine, you could certainly layer whatever you want. But this lady right here, she honestly could be on the front cover of this journal. She's beautiful. She's got baskets of roses. She's, you know, smelling roses or whatever she's doing there. I mean, she could be really beautiful on the front cover. She doesn't overtly say Valentine's Day, which I also like because I want it to be a light Valentine's Day theme, not like super, super heavy. But on the other hand, I love this image. I love this little girl. I love the fact that, you know, it's Valentine's Day. It's beautiful. It's the right time period. So she could go on the front cover. So at this point, I'm kind of half this way and half that way. I don't know which one I want. Let's cut them both out and let's try layering them with some other elements and see which one works. This lady right here is very large, and so if I did use her, I may have to cut her down. And in truth, I made her whatever size I wanted, so I could print her out smaller, but we can cut her down too. Let's see. Let's just look at them. I don't know. So if you have this is my first thought for focal point for a front cover. And I'm going to attempt to hand cut this out. And you guys know, I hope by now, if you have questions about making a junk journal, if you have questions about selling a junk journal, or let's focus on selling a junk journal. Let's not go crazy because my mind can't handle it. But if you guys have questions about selling a junk journal in Etsy or anywhere, basically, you guys can type those questions in and I will attempt to answer you. If you have questions about making a junk journal, of course, I can help you. The rest of chat can help you. If it's a question that you would like me to answer, or, you know, you don't care who answers, you could just type it in all caps and somebody will answer you. I'll try, but if I miss it, just keep asking it until I catch it on screen. Sometimes if you guys are chatting a lot, the question comes and it's not on my screen for more than like a half a second because chat is rolling and there's only so much space on the monitor and in the little streaming software box where comments are. It's not displayed up there for very long sometimes. So when chat is going very fast, it's harder for me to see the comments or the questions. So if you don't get an answer, it's really for no other reason. This has rounded corners. Either I'm going to need to go get the corner chomper. I don't know that I want a rounded corner. I think maybe we cut it down. I don't know yet. But if it's gonna have rounded corners, I don't like to hand cut those. I like to use the corner chomper. It's not in this room, so we're gonna try our luck. This is on the front cover, which is why it gives me anxiety. Inking will fix any mistake though, so there's that. I can tell you already, the corner chomper would have been a better idea. You got the Epson printer. I don't really think you guys need the manual. It comes with a quick start guide. It comes with a little paper one that like walks you through setting it up on your phone. Honestly, it's very, very simple. If you guys go through the phone instructions where you download the app is helpful because the app is where you're going to print things from your phone. If you don't do the app, then you will have to print from a computer. At least that was my understanding. But I just went through the manual setup. That's confusing. Not the instruction manual. I went through the setup of my new printer right from the app on your phone. So it tells you, if you open up the box of your printer, there's a little quick start guide. It tells you to download the app, and then the app itself, step by step, communicates between you and the printer and goes step by step about, okay, here's time to fill the ink tanks. Here's time to do this. And basically it just works off your Wi-Fi, and you need I print from my phone all the time for various reasons. I need the app on my phone to be able to print from my phone. So that's the way I did it. She does look really nice on there. She is a little bit too large. So maybe cutting her down, like there's a white there, well, not white, but there's a border around her. We could trim her down a little more and still layer her up, I think. Maybe we will do her on the front cover of this one. This is how this one kind of looks. Now she would need to be layered with some music paper for sure, but that's how that one would look. I mean, we could put her on this card with music paper behind her. So see, her on this card with music paper is the perfect size. So I think we might make both toppers today. I don't know. But yeah, I like them both. I think I want to do both. So anyway, we're going to decorate two covers, even though I told you we weren't going to. Let's start with this one. I think it's easier, and then she needs cut down. So we'll finish with the lady. The first thing I want to do is I want to give this some ink, and I want this ink to dry before I begin to glue anything. Nothing's worse than like inking something and then your wet glue smearing your ink, because we're using Distress Oxide, because all Tim Holtz inks, the Distress inks anyway, they are water reactive, and if you get a little glue, the moisture from the glue is going to make your ink run. So just keep in mind, the best thing to do is to allow that ink as much drying time as possible before you start putting glue and moisture with it. So there's that. I don't know what happened there. Oh, it's stuff from my... It's time for a new thingy. It's time for a new ink blendy thing. And I will say those generic ones have lasted they've lasted the longest. The generic ones that I linked way back when on Amazon, I'll have to find the link for you guys again, but those generic ones lasted so much longer than the Ranger one. Anyway, I'll link it for you again because it was a massive pack for not much money. There's that. Let's get the music paper back there behind her. And the reason why I'm building it on this cardstock, I didn't really explain that either. And I know you guys just typed in questions and I didn't see them. I'll look back, but sorry. I have severe ADD sometimes. The watercolor cardstock, because I'm going to add a lot of liquid and a lot of glue back here to glue this to the front cover of my journal, you want something, if not watercolor cardstock, you want a very thick, sturdy piece of cardstock. Much sturdier, thicker than like 65, 110. You want to go to something that's like a 300 GSM thickness of cardstock for your base, because of all that glue that's back there. If you use too thin of a piece of cardstock, it's going to be warpy and bubbly, and the corners are going to want to peel up. And the worst thing for a junk journal cover is the corners peeling up, because then that means over time it starts peeling and peeling and peeling and it comes up, right? And you don't want that. So let's glue some music paper. We got the Song of the Lark, the Sandy Beach, and Song at Evening. I don't know what we're going to do there, but let's just get some. We could have it come from the top or the bottom. Let's just get some music paper on there. We're going to use glue stick. All right, let me go back here and look to see. You ordered the hammer mill. It is good paper. I see 0 questions in caps for me, so hopefully we're good. Oh, wait, there's one. Do I ever find Victorian ladies, fairies, fancy ladies in other... Yes, I do. However, that's a loaded question. I do, but you have to understand. Victorian times, that's late 1800s, right? I have to be very... That's a very loaded question. Victorian times, most, you guys know why I'm tiptoeing. So in Victorian times, the Victorian fancy dress ladies that you guys are talking about, most of those are fairer skinned people. And you do find them in other ethnicities like Italian or German. But again, that's usually a fairer skinned population. There are not in Victorian times fancy, I have never seen in Victorian times fancy African American women, fancy dressed African American women. I believe during Victorian times that was less common, and therefore if it does exist out there, I have never seen it. That doesn't mean it's impossible to find, but I do believe it is less common during that period of time. You have to remember that is just after slavery ended, and it didn't end over the whole world at the same period of time. And even when slavery ended, you're still in Victorian times where in most of the fashion magazines and stuff that we find, African Americans and people of, and again, this is a very loaded question and I'm doing my best to answer it, but in truth, when I see people of darker skin tones depicted in Victorian magazines, newspapers, books, they are usually depicted as working class or household employees. I'm being very delicate and careful for a reason, because it is a very sensitive subject. So yes, it is possible. I have seen other ethnicities, but if you're looking for more darker skin tones, I have not seen those in any type of print form that I have found. And I have seen print form that is, pretty extensive, but I don't see them. So I think during that time period, and I think you guys know the answer of this in your head. I think during that time period, it was very rare to see darker skinned populations depicted as wealthy enough to afford fancy clothing. That's the very most truthful answer that there is. So if you guys have loaded questions, you're probably better off looking them up than for yourself, because I don't know, I don't know all the ins and outs. I can just tell you guys what I have seen. And so what I have seen is what I told you. And I do apologize. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. I am not in control of what was done hundreds of years ago. I just show you guys and sell you guys what I find. And if there is something that you're looking for that you're not finding, perhaps Photoshop is, one way to go where you can, sometimes people want to make a journal of something that looks like them or their family or whatever, right? And I get that. So maybe there is some editing that you can do where you can add in images that you already own, and put, a dress from one person onto an antique image or a antique photograph that you own or something like that. There might be other ways of getting images that you're looking for, I guess is the point that I'm trying to make. All right, so I've glued up the cardstock, and I'm going to go over the edge just a little bit to make sure we've got a good seal there. This is the cover, so you want to make sure that you are gluing the heck out of your cover pieces. No, I know you're not trying to get me in a pickle, but it's too sensitive of a topic sometimes for some people. I try very hard to, I'm going to glue it back here. I try very hard to answer your questions and also keep in mind, you know, the sensitivities that are out there and trying to answer them without offending people. But part of dealing with Victorian stuff is from time to time we see those images in print that are inappropriate for today, but back then when they were printed, that was how things were. So it's a battle, right? Anybody who deals with antique items, there are items that were perfectly normal and acceptable in society back then. Not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm saying it was normal back then. And so that's why we see them. It's not because, you know, when we find them today, we know better, right? But back then, you know, during that time, they did what was acceptable. And so that's why we see them from time to time. From time to time, you'll find, you know, images related to slavery or, you know, other sensitive subjects where they're in there, and it's not to upset or offend anyone, but they're in publications, they're in prints, things like that, because that was the way of the times. Not saying it's right, but just saying that's why. I don't know of anyone, I'm sure there's people out there, but I don't know of anyone who seeks out those kind of images for a negative reason. I think most people are sensitive, you know, that what was done a long time ago, we learn as we go as a people, right? We learn as we go as a people. And it doesn't matter to one ethnicity. There have been bad things done to all ethnicities, and over time everyone learns. And well, hopefully that's the goal, right, of humanity, to learn and to be more sensitive and to be, you know, to try to be better, right? To try to learn and to try to be better. We learn from our mistakes if we're a good person. We learn from our mistakes, and hopefully people learn as they go. All right, let's see how this lady looks. That's gonna look pretty good, except for not loving the firecracker word up there. We might have to do a little extra collaging to get rid of that, but I think other than that is pretty good. Photoshop. I will not be showing you a video of how to use Photoshop, unfortunately. I would love to, but that is something that I have had to go away from. I don't have, I'm not gonna, I have had to go away from doing technical videos for you guys, like about this, about setting up a printer, about this and about that, because it opens the door to things I cannot do. I cannot answer all the technical questions. I'm not a tech channel. I don't know how to fix your printers I can help you with as much as I know if you ask me a quick question. But when I do a video that shows, I can do the printer one because I promised that. But if I do a video that shows you the printer things, I will be bombarded with questions about technical things on your computer, on your printer, on your digital file, on your whatever, that I will not by any stretch of the imagination be able to answer. It is impossible for someone to answer the questions that get asked whenever I film or show or talk about anything technical. So Photoshop I will not be doing because I'm not going to open that door. I am going to be more respectful to myself and more respectful of my own time, and not film content that opens doors that I don't have time to answer. I'm not a tech channel. There are plenty of channels out there that will show you how to set up a printer or how to use Photoshop or all those things. That's not really what I want to get into. So I'm not going to do it, basically. I'm trying very hard to be more respectful of myself and my own time, and I can't open those doors because while I could show a little bit, and I would love to, and I think it would be great, there you have to understand not everybody understands that by filming that video, that does not mean text me and ask me every single question about how to use Photoshop. Well, how do I do this? Well, can you edit this photo for me? Well, how do I do that? How do I do this? I don't find that setting. Where is that setting? On my program, that setting isn't there. Like, it's just too much. I'm not that kind of a channel. There are channels out there that are that channel. That is their content. They will not answer the question either. No one is going to sit there and be tech support for 15,000 people. They're just not going to. If you guys have computer questions and questions about software and stuff like that, you're going to have to go to Geek Squad or go to wherever, the Genius Bar for your phone or whatever. I don't know. But it's impossible for anyone to open that door and be like, oh, I'm going to do this. Because I've tried. And like all good things that I try to do, it's very quickly shut down by people, and they don't mean harm, but they just don't understand that I don't have the time to sit there and answer all the questions. I try so hard to answer as many questions as I can, but with the technical things about printers, computers, digitals, Photoshop, I cannot. That one is just something beyond me that I'm letting go. I'm good with her with everything except for she needs a little bit of lace back there, and we need to cover up Firecracker. I have got to start saying no. I've got to be better about saying no. And so I'm saying no to technical things. Yes, I am saying no to technical things. And it's not because I don't love you all. See, now I feel guilty. It's not because I don't love you all. It's not because I don't want to help you. It's not because I'm gatekeeping. I'm not. If you want to ask me, and I'll try my best. But when I do a video that's posted to YouTube, the audience is much larger and the questions are magnified like 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. And it's just... it opens the door for people to be like mad that I do not answer their question. And so I think this is the easiest cover up for this little area right here. I don't know, guys. It's just hard. It's hard to make everyone happy, and I can't make people happy all the time because then that makes me unhappy. So I love helping people. I love answering questions, but there's a point where it's just the technical stuff. I've learned my lesson, and it was a hard lesson. I learned it because people are mad if you don't answer. People are mad if you do not give them the answer that they're looking for of free Genius Bar assistance or things like that. I think we're going to do that right there. It is going to be sideways, but it's good enough. And we're going to have some white lacy stuff. So I'm not going to worry about, we can barely see the firecracker. I'm not going to worry about it. I hope that that's not offensive. I'm just trying to give you the honest answer. It might be more blunt, but it's the honest answer. I'm sorry. I did have coffee and I did actually sleep a little bit, but still, I guess, still struggling, as you guys see. Oh my gosh. I know, but when you film the content, people ask the questions, and then if you don't answer them, they hate you, basically. They do. It's just the way it is. Okay, so I like that. That's good. Don't mind that even the little bit of number will be covered. That's okay. I didn't want it to go fully to the top because I thought it looked weird. Let's get something white back there, though, and we're going to need lace underneath the whole entire thing. So we have a lot of, like, neutrally looking things, right? The music is one shade. The little numbers back here are one shade. Even she, the tone of her is very one shade, I think. I think we need white lace underneath the whole thing. And then we also maybe need something, a lighter tone in between these two layers to make them stand out. So let's look at what that could be. I have Braille paper. Do we want to put Braille paper? And I know if I use Braille paper and I don't offer Braille paper, that makes people mad. But I don't have Braille paper ready to go right now. I'm so sorry. I don't have Braille paper at the moment ready to go. But we could use Braille paper back there as a white layer. Let's look at that. Let's cut it. I know I cannot make everyone happy. I know that, but I struggle because I want to. I struggle because it matters and I care. I want to maybe save that white edge. I'm not sure. So on this side, the first cut I'm going to do is going to position it where we have a little bit of this white margin showing. I won't be able to get it all. I just want to get a rough cut. So we're going to need to go like 3.5 maybe. I don't know. How wide is she? First of all, let's find out how wide she is instead of guessing. She's like 3 1/8. Let's go 3.5 and see what that gets us. And I'm just trying to keep this white edge on this one. So we barely have that little white edge. You barely see any braille. I don't think that's worth it. I don't think we get glue stick on the floor. I don't think we get enough braille showing. And we also have this music staff over here. So that's not going to work. It will be great for another project, but that's not going to work for her. I mean, you could, but I don't think you get enough braille to use the braille for this purpose. So cool, but not going to use that. Now, at least I'm cutting into my braille little bumpy bits instead of over here in the white border. So that's good. And we also know that we need to go at least 3 3/4 in size because there wasn't enough margin. And in fact, I'm going to go a little over that and see where we're at there. That's better. That's better. Like that. We're going to need to trim off the white margin of the paper. You know how frustrating it is when you have a question though, and you want an answer, and somebody, you see somebody and they're doing something and you want to make it or you want to understand it or whatever. So I totally get the reason why people ask and the reason why people want the answer, right? I understand that. But at the same time, it's very hard to answer technical questions when you don't know all the specifics, right? Like even the Genius Bar guys, they would need to know what computer you have and what operating system and all the things. It's just really hard to do that remotely and not having all the information too. All right, so we're too close in size. I need to trim it down just a little bit more. And I'm covering up way too much of my music. So as much as I like the braille, I don't think the braille is going to work either. Nope. We'll save that. That'll be a great little base for something else. But no braille. We need to get something white back there. I am struggling. I do not know what, but we need a little white. We need a white layer to offset all of this creaminess. And I don't like to put paper doily on the front cover because paper doily is not really sturdy enough for that purpose. But paper doily, if this was a journal card, all day long. I need something very sturdy and white back there. Hold on. I gotta look in my bin. We gotta find something else that's whiter looking. I have some ledger back here. I think we're just going to do lace. I can't do it. We're going to do lace. Let me pick up this glue stick off the floor. I can't roll it over with my chair. It's down there somewhere. There it is. Let's just do fabric lace in between the two layers. Here is some fabric. Let's do a little piece of that. I don't know if we're going to do it like this. we can go at that angle, which is my preference, because this one, we're going to have that lace from the spine. We're going to have the lace from the spine coming over on this side. So when we tilt our lace, we want to tilt it to where the angle is poking out on the right side, like this, where the angle is poking out on the right side. Let's glue that there. I don't know how much of this excess I will trim, but let's glue that on. And then in reality, I would love to sew around this before I glue it to the front cover. I think sewing around it is that last little detail that would make this pop. Now, I don't want to go sew while you guys wait, so I will not sew on it. But if I was not filming, I would sew around it. I would probably sew around this, and then I would sew around that, and then glue it on. Just so y'all know, if I wasn't filming, that's what I would do. But let's make it like that. You guys can't even see because the camera light is way up, but let's make it like that, and then let's stick it on there. Okay, now you could put more lace underneath, and then this is going to go over the top. It won't be exactly like that, but you could have more white lace underneath. I'm not going to use the same lace, but let's worry about the topper part first. I did not get grandma time yesterday, unfortunately. Yeah. My daughter is very, very sick. And so therefore I didn't get grandma time. Yeah, sadly. I know, it would have been lovely. So the lace that I'm using in between is very net-like and thin. So I don't need to add glue to the lace part. I do need to add glue. And again, this is printed on cardstock. Don't use paper for this. Paper is not going to be sturdy enough to hold your glue, even the 28-pound paper. Your glue is going to make that paper ripple up and bubble. So I'm going to add a good bit of glue back there. And then just one little squiggle here to hold this lace. Yeah, she's just too sick. And you know, when you feel that crummy, you just don't want to leave the house and you don't want to put on real clothes. Yeah, that's where she's at. She's just pregnant sick, but you know, it's rough. So I'll fix the angle a little. Most of us have been through that. Okay, so again, I would have loved to have sewn around it, but and it's moving as I'm trying to stick it down. But there's that, right? It's just a simple, basically a journal card will also work for a journal topper, right? You just need a focal point and something sturdy. I'm going to press from the back. Get that all on there. Now let's see about putting this on here. Maybe I am just going to stick it with no lace underneath. I think we have the lace in between. Something poking out would be good. Let me see what I have quick. But this is where I'm at right now. What about poking out like a little gold here or there? Where's the rest of that gold? What about poking some little bits of gold out? I like the addition of gold on this. The gold that I'm using is a very vintage, antique-y looking, and I like the addition of it. It really makes the vintage look of the journal card piece on the front kind of tied together. I don't know if we want to go like underneath. I think underneath. I like it underneath more than I like it over top, I think. So instead of using a layering lace rectangle underneath this, I think I'm going to opt for the gold and just in little bits and pieces. I think I want 3 right here instead of 2. But yes, let's do that. I'm going to do it underneath down here. Oh, sorry, you guys cannot see. I'm going to do it underneath down here. I don't want to see the line. I don't want to see the line of this gold, so I'm going to cover it up. But I need 3 sections, I believe, for up there. Let me see what else I have. Let me see. I see some. I can't find my mouse to even scroll back. Which glue is best to layer cabinet card over laces on cover? Just use Fabri-Tac if you're gluing over lace or fabric, use Fabri-Tac. Always. Always Fabri-Tac if it's fabricy or lacy. You talk about how one decides what to charge for a junk drawer for selling on Etsy or a craft fair. Well, I have talked about that quite at length at different times. And I did talk about little bits of it again today, but that's a very long question or long answer. It's not quite as cut and dry as one might think. A lot of things go into deciding what to charge for that. Okay. Because I keep flopping with this lace, let's anchor this lace down. Let's put it on the spine before we do the rest of our layering in here. Let's get that anchored there. And then I can decide how much I want it to wrap around here. Do we want it more where it's just barely on the spine? I think I do. So let's do it where it's barely on the spine. We'll come back and we'll finish layering these. If you have specific questions about the pricing of journals, that might be better than like a long-winded answer, I guess. I don't want to be too long-winded. Now, this is velvety fabric, and Fabri-Tac is definitely going to show on velvety fabric. So do not get Fabri-Tac anywhere that you do not want Fabri-Tac. All glues will show on velvety fabric. It's the nature of it. So make sure when you're using your Fabri-Tac that you want to open up your journal and make sure that you are decorating it the right way. Don't decorate it upside down or else you'll have to cut out your signature. So we'll check that. And get a good big bunch of glue right on those signature strings. You're trying to seal in those signature strings. So there we go. Just want to pop it open and make sure that we're face up. We're not upside down. I did not cut my lace. I am going to position it where I've got kind of that center spot open. That center spot open where I've got the 2 little points coming and leaving us this place right here for our focal point. So that will take just a minute to set. It depends on how many pages. It depends on how many signatures. It depends on whether you used antique things. Do you want me to tell you how to get the most money for a junk journal? The most money for a junk journal, if I was doing nothing else other than making junk journals for selling in Etsy, this is the way I would do it. I think this is probably the best way to answer this question. You could do it a bunch of different ways, but if it was me and I decided, okay, well, I'm just going to make journals and I'm going to put them in Etsy and I'm going to sell them in Etsy. I would make single signature journals, just like what we do most of the time here. I would use digitals mixed with antique actual documents. If I wanted to sell them for the most money possible, I would cram as many actual antique documents in there as I could. Um, the more antique documents in there, the higher asking price you can get. I would do definite vintage antique style. Those journals sell for the most money. And I would keep them to about a 9x6 size format. Again, what we make here, I try to do what I do here with you guys with kits and stuff. They're designed for a reason. They're designed because this is what I see selling. This is what I see people making journals and getting a higher price point for them. So I try already to help you along that way with the kits and stuff that we do here. But from there, the formula, the 12 pockets, I mean, this is what sells. This is what people are looking for, in my opinion. Now, everybody's opinion is different, but in my opinion, what we do as kits here is basically what sells for journals and Etsy. And so I'm going to glue the lace in the back now. But the more actual antique things you can put in, because people might ask you, they might, usually they'll ask questions before they buy a junk journal, or you'll have a description that will answer all the questions. My advice is make a beautiful junk journal that you love, because if it doesn't sell, you may have to keep it, right? But if you're making a single signature antique vintage themed journal and it's made along the lines of what we teach here, it's basically what people are looking for. It's what sells the most on Etsy. It has the highest searches. It's, while people do buy multiple signature journals all day long, and while those do sell for more money than a single signature journal, the time involved, to me, is it's a different formula. The time involved to do a multi-signature journal, you could have made 2 or 3 single signature journals. Most people are looking for a single. Some people look for a multiple. If you want to make multiple, then make multiple. If you want to make single, then make single. But you can sell many singles for the time it takes you to make one big fat multiple. And when you make one big fat multiple, you have to charge a lot more. It's a slower selling journal, right? Make your journals, film your flip throughs. If you don't want to pay Etsy fees on them, maybe look at the Ko-fi sites. And maybe my first advice is to sell it within a junk journal Facebook group. Those groups, a lot of them have either one day a month that you can post something for sale, and eventually we'll have a separate group where you guys can do that. Again, it takes time to do, and I don't want to do it in the main group. And the reason why Facebook does not actually allow monetary transactions. It is against the rules to sell anything within Facebook. Streaming a live sale, you're not selling through Facebook. But if you actually post an item for sale in Facebook, Facebook has rules that say you cannot do monetary transactions. Sales within Facebook are prohibited. If you have a Facebook group and you let people sell in your Facebook group, you open up your Facebook group to being closed and taken away from you. So all that hard work that you would have done for your Facebook group and all that community that you would build would just disappear overnight when Facebook decided you broke the rules and we can't have your Facebook group here anymore. So anyway, you need a secondary. Most large Facebook groups, they create a secondary selling group. That way, if Facebook gets mad and they decide to take away your Facebook group, they're taking away the selling Facebook group. They're not taking away the main group, right? So that's why we would need to create a secondary group for you all to post your journals in. And I definitely want to do that. So if you're looking for that, we will do it for you here. I don't have the manpower at the present time to do that, because as you can imagine, anytime that there's money involved, you also have scammers. You have people who will post a journal for sale and you guys will buy it and you will pay and you will never get it in the mail. So there is a lot more community moderation that has to happen when you have a sales group, because of the scammers and the bad people in the world. And that's a good, tip for you guys out there too. If you guys are looking to buy journals or looking to buy whatever in those Facebook groups, many of those Facebook groups do not have any moderation at all. There's nobody looking at the posts. There's nobody, like, you'll go to a Facebook group and you'll see somebody selling something in there, and the people will buy it and they will say, oh, send me PayPal friends and family, or send me whatever. They will pay for it and they will never ever get the item. You see left, right, and center every day in Facebook groups, people are complaining that, hey, I paid this person for this item and I never got it. And the admins of those Facebook groups, they're not responsible. They can't help you. So buy from people you trust in Facebook, but having a Facebook sales group means a lot of moderation. And you know how I am. I will die if somebody takes advantage of somebody in one of my Facebook groups. So yes, I need more manpower. That's why I can't just open it today. Because if I opened it today, it'd be great. Y'all would join. It'd be fabulous. Until there was not enough moderation, there was not enough manpower from my side to vet all those people, vet all those profiles, vet all those posts. So until we get more help here, I can't open the sales group for you all, but it will at some point be opened. I expect it to be open before the end of the year. But anyway, best place to start selling is in those Facebook groups, because you don't pay fees when you're selling in the Facebook group. You'll pay your PayPal fees or whatever, if you're using Square, whatever. You'll pay those fees, but you won't pay an Etsy fee. And also on Etsy, when you post a journal in Etsy, like say I didn't have any channel and I just made this journal and I just posted it right into Etsy, guess what would happen? This journal would just sit there. Nobody would see it. If they did see it, they'd be like, oh, cute, and they'd move on. When you just post something into Etsy, it has a really high potential to just get lost in the feed, lost in the, shuffle. Like, there's a lot more sellers in Etsy. And so, you're posting a journal in there, people might not see it. They might not, whatever. It gets lost in the shuffle. There's a lot of other journals for sale on there. I'm not saying don't post it in there. My suggestion is, if you're going to put it in Etsy, is to put it in Etsy, but then put a link, like post in the Facebook groups, post the flip through little video, make a little short out of it, post pictures, have a link back to your Etsy so people can go to Etsy and buy your journal. If they buy through Etsy, you have protection and they have protection, so it's good that way. But selling to somebody that, as a seller, there's very little risk. There is still risk as a seller, but as a buyer buying from Facebook groups, there's a huge amount of risk. You need to make sure, if you ever buy anything from Facebook, that if you are using PayPal, that you are using PayPal goods and services. Do not ever pay anyone ever through PayPal friends and family. If you pay somebody through PayPal friends and family, you will never ever get your money back if that person decides that they don't want to ship you whatever they're supposed to ship you. It's a very popular scam. A lot of us in the crafting community are just good, kind people, and we get taken advantage of because we're trusting and we're kind. And people know that. And so they'll go in the Facebook groups. This is true too. I've actually seen this happen. Say I make this journal and say I post it in the Facebook group and say I sell it. Guess what? This journal, all the photos from my listing will appear 6 months from now, and some scammer will just show the photos of my journal, and they'll be like, hey, I made this journal and I'm selling it for $50, and somebody will buy it because it's well worth that, right? That'd be a steal, right? For $50. But on the internet, anyone can save any picture that you ever post to anywhere. So if I put pictures on Facebook, everyone can just save my pictures. And scammers save other people's photographs of all kinds of items. If you're selling, a couch, they'll just take the picture of your couch, they'll repost it, and they'll say, this is for sale for $10. Send me the money now and I'll text you the address to pick it up. You'll send them the money and they'll maybe text you an address. And if you go to that address, nobody lives there. There's no couch for sale there. They just reuse other people's photographs. So when you're selling your journal in there, You know, somebody could save those photos and then somebody could sell your journal again later. They're not really selling it. They're just showing pictures and they're saying, okay, yeah, send me $50, PayPal friends and family, and I'll send you the journal. It's free shipping. And you'll do it. And you'll never get the journal and you'll never be able to contact the person. And the admins in the Facebook group cannot help you. So just don't use friends and family for anything ever. And when you're looking at buying journals on those Facebook groups, make sure that you ask the person for like enough details and all that kind of stuff, you know. Talk to them a little bit before you just send them some money. If you're paying through PayPal goods and services, if you don't get the item, more than likely you'll be able to get your money back, but even that is a little bit risky. Let's go ahead and glue this on here now before I get lost in my train of thought again. But if you guys have other questions, just type them in. I'm sorry if I'm not quite answering that. The saving of pictures and reselling, it's not really reselling. The stealing of somebody's images and using it for fraud is very, very popular on the internet. And it's not just Facebook. It's everywhere. It's Instagram. It's anywhere pictures are. People steal them and they just pretend that they're selling something and sell it. Again, if the deal is too good to be true, it usually is, but not everybody knows, you know? So we're going to attempt to put this where I want it. I'm just going to lay it down there and hope it's in the right spot. I think it moved in just a little bit. It needs to go out just a little. So we're going to put that there. And that's just to peek something out. It kind of acts as layering lace back there without having to put like an actual whole piece of layering lace. Just peeking this little section out over there. That's cute. Like it. Let's get this other gold one down here. Everything is sticking at this point. So we're going to leave her there. I want to see it, but that's pretty good. Let's glue that. Facebook groups take a lot to manage if you're going to sell in there. You can watermark them, but guys, they can remove your watermarks. There's AI software and tools. They can remove what they want to remove. So you can watermark your photos, but it's not going to stop them if they want to do it. If they want to do bad things, trust me, the time and effort that bad people spend to do bad things is unending. And if they just spent the same amount of time or effort getting a job or whatever, I think you wouldn't need to steal from people. But, you know, not everybody thinks the same way. And if I'm understanding correctly, somebody would like some images in different ethnicities. And that is something that I am making for you. However, that will not be towards the end, not till towards the end of the year. And you guys will see all the lovely ladies that you are looking for, Victorian ladies in different ethnicities, in different dress styles and stuff like that. So if you're looking for focal points, those will be coming to you. There's other things that are planned for this year. I'll mention briefly and then we have to step away from it. But I just want you guys to know that I am aware that people would like different ethnicities of ladies and things like that. And when I make things for you, I'm just making what I have available. But I am aware people would like different. And that's coming. Okay, I'm going to snip off this and just hope that this is the right. I can't get my scissors to work. I'm going to have to take some glue off the edge of these scissors. I'm going to hope that that's where I wanted that. Okay, so when I stuck my lace down, I can see little bits of Fabri-Tac in there, and I need to get that Fabri-Tac kind of moved to the side of the lace because it doesn't really look that great right now. So let me get that Fabri-Tac cleaned up. Before it dries and hardens, you can move Fabri-Tac. just with like a little pokey tool or whatever, kind of get it to stick to the lace instead of the fabric. So I'm just sticking the pokey tool in. Let me show you. See right here where we have these little strings of Fabri-Tac? Stick the pokey tool in and try to pull those over towards the lace and get them to stick to the lace instead of that red cover underneath. And sometimes you can pick them out, but other times you can't. That's because I pulled it and moved it. But anyway, there's a little cleanup there. Let's get this lady down. I really am not super happy with the square clean edge there. Maybe this would be like a good moment for like the paper distresser. I don't really have that in here, but you see what I mean? Like it's so perfectly straight. The paper distresser, since I didn't sew around it, would be a really good thing. They don't have that in here. So I'm just going to try to rough this just a little. Basically, I'm taking my music paper off at the moment, but I'm going to ink it. So if you just take the edge of your scissor and kind of take back some of that paper or scratch it up a little bit, just make it a little less perfect. I'm hoping you guys can see where we're going here. Just because I can't sew around it, I needed a little more decoration, I guess, to the edge of it. I don't know. It just looked too flat and square. So now we're there. To come in right there. Basically, I'm trying to chew it up and make it look less perfect. And then I do not have a trash can, so that will be for the carpet. The Dyson will get it. Dyson vacuums, guys, they never die. They literally never die. I have one from 20-something years ago. So I am going to go back and ink it. You could leave the white showing, and that would have been okay too, because it is on that red border, but it's watercolor cardstock, and it's super white and fibery. So I'm just going to give it a little ink. And see where we're at there. I think that's much better. Building a base on cardboard is also a good idea, and I do that a lot of times for the front covers of journals. It just gives this a little bit more fiber, and the ink will stick to it a little more, kind of create more of an edge there, a ridge. If you have the Tim Holtz distresser, though, that would be perfect, but those scissors did a pretty good job. So now we're like that. More mess. Okay, let's get her glued on. That took way too long. Goodness sakes. I don't have to be that particular with everything, but yet I am. So I apologize. I love it. It's perfect. We'll need to position her. This journal will have a seam binding closure, so we'll need to put eyelets right there. Keep in mind, if you are doing a seam binding closure with eyelets, you can go through lace and stuff like that. That will be fine if it's thin, but don't make where you need to punch an eyelet hole. Don't make it super, super thick and chunky, or put your eyelet closure thing in before you do your topper, whatever. I just do them later at this point because it doesn't matter to me. I know I leave space, but if you weren't thinking about it and you put like a big heavy crochet piece or something right here, that would be too hard to get your crocodile to chomp through later. So that looks good. However, I am going to go back and do just a little more roughing up, because now I've got that nice dark edge, and I'm going to give it a little bit more of the white. So I'm going to kind of layer that dark and that white together. And if you've never done this technique before, you might want to practice before you just do that on the piece you know you're trying to glue down. This can go very, very wrong. It's not unfixable, but it can go very wrong. So if you've never done scissors to the edge of your paper, it's a technique you might want to practice first. It's not rocket science. I'm not trying to make it sound like that, but you might not want to just start out as a new person doing it on something where you're like, I'm going to glue this down. I love it. Because if it goes really wrong, you might not love it in the end. I am ready to glue it down now. I hope you guys can see the difference. Sometimes you need to lint roll your velvet. I think you guys can see the difference. I've got the very, very dark with the little white border now. And I think that's what makes me happy. So let's glue her down before it takes me 18 years. I do want to do a little more collaging on here. But let's get it down. Anybody questions? Questions? You guys know you can ask me anything, and I do attempt to answer you. And when I said loaded question earlier, it's because of slavery stuff and, you know, the treatment of other people. And that's why I was trying to be very delicate with my answers, because while I use a lot of Victorian things during that time and just before colonial times, things weren't great for a lot of people. I'll just leave it very basic like that. That sounds terrible also, but you guys know what I mean. It's a very sensitive subject in a very sensitive time period. Okay, so I've got a lot of Fabri-Tac on here. I want to make sure that I get Fabri-Tac all the way to the corners, but I want the Fabri-Tac in the very, very corner to be a little thinner. You can spread it out with the nozzle. You want to make sure that your cover piece is really glued down. At the same time, you don't want glue sliding out everywhere, right? So often I'll put it on there and then I'll just wait a minute. I'll watch a video or whatever, look up and watch Gale Crafting or whoever I'm watching at the time. Uh-oh. What are we talking about? Made a masterboard, mistakenly posted it in my own chat instead of the group. My friends most likely have no clue what it is, but they like the roses. Yes, people who are not aware of junk journals often look at us a little sideways. Yeah, they often look at it, a junk journal making, paper crafting in general, a little sideways. Yeah, sanding discs. Those are also good, but different kind of effect. All right, let's try it. Hopefully it's going to work out for me. I'm going to try to center it there, but before I really push that down, make sure it's basically where I want it. I think we're good. So if you look at where I'm placing this, there's less space between my topper. There's less space between the edge of my journal and my topper than down here. There's more space at the bottom than the top. Don't, and I shouldn't say don't. I prefer for my focal points to not be dead center. I prefer them to be slightly higher than dead center. So if you want to put it dead center and then just shift it up a little bit, that's generally the way my brain works, is I try to put it dead center and then just push it up a little bit. So in truth, and I'll measure, but I'm just waiting for this to kind of stick for just a minute before I squish it down. In truth, between the top and bottom, remember my cover is 9 inches. My cover is 9 inches. From the bottom of my cover piece is about 2 3/8. And the top part is 1 1/4. So 1 1/4 and 2 3/8 from the actual cardboard piece. Not from any lace or anything like that. And honestly, this is the same method when you hang art on your wall at your home. When you hang art on your wall at your home, you don't, like, if this white sheet of paper was my wall, you don't generally stick your art in the center, right? You put it up a little bit. And it's the same kind of principle. You want to put your art on the front cover of your journal slightly elevated, slightly raised. So now I'm going to push that on there. This is lace right here poking out, not white cardstock. It's actually the corner of the lace underneath. Kendall's making journals for her coworkers. I've seen a lot of journals Kendall has made for coworkers. And she does make beautiful journals for coworkers. And she has done a lot of different themes. But like I talked about, when Kendall's saying the same thing, whenever you're commissioned, right, to make a journal, or you have to make a journal for a specific, like, let's say you have a coworker and your coworker was very much into duck hunting. It would be really hard to make a journal for that specific interest. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's a little bit, it's very individualized. It's very specialized. And so I think, it is harder to make a journal for a specific person for their individual tastes when it's a little outside of our own wheelhouse. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really make duck hunting junk journals, but if I was asked to and I was taking commission work, then that also would be a little difficult, I think. Truthfully, this lace should have been shifted down just a little bit. It's a little too high, but I think it still works. So there's the front cover as it sits. I'm just going to glue this white lace over it. Before I do that, I may want like a little number, a little something else on this collage bit. So let's look at that quick. And then we're going to do one more junk journal decoration, cover decoration. Okay, let's do this. We have one going that way. Do we want one going? I don't really want it back there, I don't think. No, I don't want that. The only thing I was thinking about is something linear this way, but we have this up there going that way. Maybe we just glue her down, and maybe it will come to me later. Let's just glue it. So we've glued our lace all the way in the back. That's all done. We just need to wrap these around. I wanted to put my focal point on first so that these can overlap it. Any lace that I have over here, I'm just going to leave and tuck in the glue just like that. So let's get these down, and then we'll be done with this one finally. And this was just like, literally, I had no plan. I had no thought. We just did it on the fly. So the first thing that you want to do is find the image that you want on the front of your journal, right? The focal point image, and then layer it up. Use some sturdy cardstock as the base for it. Mix lace in there somewhere, whether it's underneath the entire piece or it's between the layers of cardstock and paper. But mix some lace in there. Got to have some different mixed media fibers. So there's that part. And I'm getting the glue on the white pieces, trying to avoid the net areas. See, right, there's a little leaf. That's where I'm going to add my glue. If you add the Fabri-Tac in the net areas, you will see it. So all the way out to that little flower bud, the sequin areas. There's that. All the way in there. And again, this is the front cover. Over gluing is better than under gluing by far. And then there's those ones. Now that one, it needs to sit. It can't move or else we'll see glue. So there is that. Love it. One done. So you have signature strings in your kit. You have charms and you have beads. You can layer the beads up. And if you've never done that before, let me show you. I have glue all over my fingers, but if you've never done the signature strings, this is how you do them. You find, need room. I need room. Okay, so when you're adding beads and charms to signature strings, you want to make sure that your beads and your charms are below where your pages end. So pull your signature strings. Hopefully you left them really long. If you've ever watched me sew in a signature, I always leave my strings very, very long. Let's see. I probably don't have glue seeping out anywhere, so hopefully this helps you see them. So hopefully when you sew in your signature, you leave them very long. You cannot put beads or charms or whatever. You should not. You should not put them up here. You should not put them up here. If you put them up here, they close in your journal and they're bumpy. And they have the tendency over time, if they're closed up in your signature, if they're up in here, this journal closes, it's big, it's bulky. Over time, the rubbing of those beads and charms, they're 2-3-dimensional. They will poke holes in your paper. They will wear holes in your paper. And plus, it's very hard to write in a journal, to journal in, if you're writing over top of beads and charms. And yes, you might be able to swing them up out of the way to some degree. It's still annoying and it will still rub holes in your paper. It is far better to leave your strings long. And then what you do is you tie a knot right here. You tie a knot at the bottom of your pages. You're tying your knot here. Then you load your beads on. Load all your beads, your metal bead caps, your whatever you want to put there, right? And then put a charm at the end, right? So that your beads and stuff stick out of the bottom of your journal. It doesn't interfere with page writing on the pages. They will stick out the bottom on here. But sitting it on a shelf still works perfectly fine. It doesn't impact anything else. It's just easier to write in the journal and it does not tear out your pages or tear holes in your pages later. So, are we good in chat? Hello, are we good in chat? Okay, so anyway, there's how you tie those on, and that will be done at the end of all of my journals. I will just do exactly as I said. Tie a knot, load on the beads. I like to do a mixture of glass beads, stone beads. I don't use plastic beads. I just feel like glass beads are so inexpensive. Why use plastic? That's just me, so I will use those, and those came in your kit. Also in your kit were a lot of paper clips. The paper clips are so that you can just clip in ephemera wherever you want to clip it in. Like we could clip a journal card right there with some paper clips. The paper clips, you can tie sari or seam binding to the edges of paper clips. This is coming next week to you, but it's crinkled seam binding. And if you take the paper clips in your kit, oftentimes you have a little excess of this that you cut off of something else. Just tie it to the edge of that paper clip and then clip it on. So paper clips and beads were in your little pink heart bag. And charms were also in there. You can add charms to anything. You can add beads to anything. You could add beads to your paper clips. So we have one at this stage. Do you guys want to do the other one? Do you guys want to do the other one? We need lint roller because I scraped the edge of my card. Good in chat? Good. Okay, let's do the other one. I really do like her on there though. I say that. I really do like her on there. And she is glued down. She is great. She is great. I really like her. I don't know that I want to put her on there, guys. Let's make one and see, but honestly, I think this is what I want on there. Let me bring the lighting down so you guys can actually see her. Because I think while the other one is nice, that's not even fully where you can see her. It's still too bright. Do you guys see the camera struggles? And it makes no sense. It literally, this is what she looks like. It makes no sense why you have to turn like all camera lighting off, basically. But we could do her or her. Both are good, but I really like her on there. So when I do my other two, she is going to be the one I glue on there. But I will make this one with you guys if you want. Honestly, I think I just like her as a journal card. Where I had her right here is beautiful. Ink up her edges, use a paper clip, and stick her in there. But if you want, I have extra of these. We could layer her up and I will show you what I would do. Basically exactly the same thing, but we can do it. This one I printed on the parchment cardstock for you guys on purpose so that all you would have to do for these for journal cards is ink them if you're inking. Some people are not inking and that's all good too. But see, the back is parchment. So you're going to have a non-white back already from the start. I need a little ink on this, but I need a lot of ink. Just ink up the back and then you have a journal card. Simple, simple. I said I would do it. So y'all want it? We're going to do it. Okay. So for me, she's going to get clipped. I love the way those two look together. So she's going to go clipped right there for a journal card, but I have extras. Let's work on another journal. Here is another one, and here's another one. The signatures are not sewn in these. So I'm going to decorate the cover without the signature sewn in. Yes, please, journal card. Just like that. Camera gremlins. Tim Holtz has sprays that are, I believe, called something Robin's Egg Blue. I think Tim Holtz has one that's something egg blue. I believe. I don't know. I need to find a place for that one to sit until it dries. Am I 100? Before you set it to dry, give it one more look and make sure that you are good with where your glues and stuff are, because if you let it dry, you're not going to move it later. So it's got to be perfect now. Just make sure that nothing has shifted. Sometimes if you set your journal up, sometimes your focal point will slide down. So just kind of look at it one more time, make sure that it's good and that it hasn't shifted. This one needs to go a little bit that way, but it's there now. So it is what it is. It's good. We're going to leave it. Anyway, look at it one more time before you let it to dry. Leave it to dry. Let's do the lace on the spine and the rose lady focal point. I think that's what you guys are saying. Speckled egg blue, probably. He has a blue egg color, and it is that Robin's Egg. I have glue and linty stuff everywhere now. He has one. So yes, you could use that in a pinch. Yes. Now keep in mind that is going to be water reactive. So It has to be used in a place that will not get moisture later, or it could fade or leak color, bleed color onto other things. But yes, distress stuff will always be, well, not always, but it will be water reactive unless you treat it or do something else to it. That makes sense. There is robin's egg or Frenchy blue seam binding coming though. If you do not want to color your own, what would you guys like me to do? When your kit arrives, you're going to use my papers to match the color. Awesome. There are seam binding colors coming that will match, so you don't have to, but you're welcome to do whatever. Not sure what to use. Okay, well, we need pockets really bad. And we need to make some more ephemera. So we can do ephemera, or you could see me do exactly the same thing I just did here and make that. I would literally do the same thing. It's just replacing one image with another image. Now she is more the same tone as this music. So you might change out the music and do a whiter music back there, but you could kind of see what she's going to look like. I feel like I just want her as a journal card because I love this. To me, the red plays off of the red beautifully, and I just want to leave it like that. Pockets and ephemera. Decorate with the pockets. I have nothing glued into this one. It is plain at this point. We didn't have anything we needed to stencil. I think we're good. Let's set these to the side. Let's make some ephemera. We need to make some lace. So you're at the point where you want to finish this journal. Grab all your lacy bits, your fabric bits, your whatever. Like here's all this stuff that I've set to the side in this tray. I have tons of stuff. Little scraps. And it's this isn't all of it, but this is what I can grab out of the top. So you're finishing your journal. You're at the end, right? This is the last video for this journal. You want to take all of your paper scraps from this project and all of your lacy scraps from this project, and you want to make paper clusters and you want to make lace clusters. So you're going to take whatever lace we have here on the table. These are all true scraps that we just made or we made at some point in this process. Take the scraps, start layering them up, and make yourself a little cluster. I'm going to cut off the top of this because we don't need it all, and I don't want it to cut straight. So there we go. We need it to be a little more fuzzy. You might have some of these strings. Here's a little piece of tape that I was using to rip the back off of a napkin. Here's some of this little cheeseclothy muslin, I don't know what it's called, stuff. I can keep pulling scraps out of this little tray all day long. So truthfully, you're just going to take your little bits and you're going to layer them up. I don't mind having some strings in here. That's why I told you guys to save your little strings. If you don't have any little strings, take a spool of thread. Pretend that this was a normal spool of sewing machine thread. Just pull off some color that you like of thread and just make a little, I don't know, nest or whatever out of it and just tuck it in. It adds a little bit of fiber and dimension, so we're just going to go with that, right? It's not perfectly layered, but it's being fussy because it wants to curl. Oh my goodness, work with me. Okay, so I'm going to go with that. That's okay for me. That's great. You can staple it. I usually glue my fabric ones. So go through your scraps. Make your clusters and then glue your clusters. This is important. You can use them for decorating pockets or tags or whatever you want. But whatever extra bits that you have, decorate those tops of those pages. I just added a little Fabri-Tac in between the layers. Decorate the tops of your pages, the corners, the side edges. And I'll give you an example here. But there's one, right? Very simple. Now I don't have pockets in. I would normally have all my pockets and ephemera in and then go find a place where this needs to go. And you might put a rusty safety pin or a bulb pin with a little bead or a charm or a something. You could put it right up here if you wanted. You could even add it to the coffee dye papers just to give them a little decoration. I probably wouldn't there just because what goes over top of it, but find a place where this needs to go. I actually do like it there. So let's just glue it there. So we're going to focus on decorating, adding some things to the top part of our journal. I will cover up the word Paris, which kind of makes me sad, but whatever. So there's that. And now I can come in later and clip something because it does need a little clip or a button or a something, but whatever. So use your scraps, make yourself some decorations for the top corners. The top corners always get ignored in journals. The top half of page always gets ignored. I hate it. Definitely add some little clusters. It can be just collaging paper scraps. I don't really have much in the way of that, but take your paper scraps. Let's see what else is in this little pile. I don't have any clue what is there, but whatever. Take your little paper scraps. Now, normally, again, you would have pockets on and you would have lace down the edges of pages before you did this step because you might want lace here and now it would be very hard, right? So kind of figure that out first. But like right here, we just added that there, whatever. This is really plain right here. It needs a little decoration. What it needs is a paper cluster. It needs some collaging to happen up there. We could add some rough torn elements there. I like that one better. Here's a little bit of some French ledger. So let's take this. We're just using scraps, whatever scraps you have at the end of your project. Perfect. Whatever scraps you have. I have some tags that need decorated, some little tags there. Here's a tiny little piece of book page. That's okay. We need one or two more little elements there. And if I don't have that, then washi tape, number tape, a little piece of Tim Holtz ephemera, whatever you want. And I know using this makes some of you mad at the moment, but patience. Patience is a virtue. That's all I have to say about that. Okay, so here's a tiny little paper thing. I am going to staple it against my better judgment. I'm going to staple it here and cover it with the tape. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be straight. It's not supposed to be perfect. If it's messy, it's okay. Because I don't have any other glue open, I'm just using this. It's fine. Fabri-Tac also glues paper. It's all good. There it goes. Just going to wrap that down there. And we're going to glue this. So just take your scraps, make whatever it is that you want to make with them. And we went right there too. So now it's a little less plain, right? Now, truthfully, I would probably add a pocket right there, but whatever. This is why I said add your pockets first, because you don't know what needs decorated until your pockets are all in. So probably a pocket would go here. But now we have this and we're going to be good with it. And there's a cluster and a cluster. I normally wouldn't do that either, but in an effort to quickly show you, decorate some of your tops of your pages. You also could have glue sticked all these down and just did a little paper collage up there. It doesn't have to be a free flowing little piece of paper. So there's some page tops. The page tops always get ignored. Please decorate your page tops. If nothing else, take a piece of paper. Do we have one that will work for this? Not really, but if nothing else, make yourself a little flip over the top page topper. I don't know what to call them. Normally you just take a piece of Normally you take a piece of paper or cardstock or whatever, you fold it in half. If it tears crooked, it tears crooked. It doesn't matter, because that tore, we're going to tear this one. And we're going to tear these. And you would go over the top of the paper, open it up like this. You'd go over the top of the paper. And from here, you can just paper clip it, right? You could paper clip it. Now you might do a little more collage or decoration or whatever, or you might not. Who cares? You could paper clip it. Or if you have a straight edge piece or something, you could glue two sides right here, and it would be a top tuck where you would be able to tuck like a little tag or a little journal card. Obviously, you'd want thicker paper. But yes, make some little page toppers. So ideas to decorate the tops of pages: clusters, collaging. You could glue some little fabric, lace, whatever up there. You could do page toppers like this. Paper clipped in elements up at the top. So tops of pages are important also. What else is finishing touches? We talked about strings. We did cover. We talked about tops, lace down the edges, lace flowing out the bottom. I usually do 3 pieces of lace in the front, 3 pieces of lace in the back. I usually do 3 pieces at the bottom in the front and 3 pieces at the bottom in the back. That gives me a nice fluffy lacy edge journal. If you don't want that, you don't have to. There's nothing wrong with leaving it straight, but if you want that, you can. Any other questions, comments, things we need to address? Anytime you have a cutoff piece like this, you just find a page that needs a little bit of help. Not that this does, but whatever. You could just staple that with a Tim Holtz Tiny Attacher anywhere in here. You know, you're just going to staple it in, and that's going to be beautiful right there. That could also be beautiful right there. So she is in here, and this lady is in here. But I think that looks great right there. I could do it. I could also do it to the vellum. So yes, staple in some things, glue in some things. That was a very quick little overview of that. Okay, for pockets, I have to clean these messes up. For pockets, at least now I have some collage papers out here. Well, what did I do without you guys? Because I did do some things without you guys. Here's where I was at without you. I have 1 bag left to decorate for 1 journal. I have 1 tag left to decorate for 1 journal. I did make my pockets that the lace gets glued onto. I did not glue the lace, but I made my pockets. So I do have 3 sets of those. Somewhere in here, there's another one. I don't know where, but somewhere right here. So that's what 3 of those look like. Very simple little pockets, just glued together rag paper book page and lace across the bottom pocket edge. The back is also a pocket, so you'll glue it on a page as a pocket. So there's 1 pocket. We did these pockets. I need to make 2 more of those. We did these tags, and I have made 2 more of them. I did not put focal points on them yet, but there's 2 more of those. We made this one, and I made 2 more that look like that. Then I'm going to take this red lace, and I'm going to put it down at the bottom of this book page. So again, we took 2 rag paper book pages. We glued them together to make them thick cardstocky, and then I'm just going to sew red lace. It's oversized right now because it needs sewn on, and then I'll cut off the excess. But I'm just sewing red lace, and I'm not sewing it on perfectly straight like this. I sew it on, and I bunch up the side over here and kind of make it come down on one corner. And you guys will see that once I finally go sit at the sewing machine. But I don't sew it as a straight pocket. You can, but I do think it looks better if you try to kind of squish this up or bunch it or whatever. I don't know how to do it right now, but kind of pull it down on one side is what I'm trying to get at. So there's 3 of those. Here's the other 2 glassine bags that were decorated. Those are pockets. Here's my clip-in or glue-in music paper envelope. Here are 2 of my large lady tags. Those were made with Collage masterboards. Here are 3 of my music card pockets, 1 for each journal. This is the prototype for the circle pocket that's back there. I will probably end up decorating and using that one. Here's a belly band, but I do have other belly bands in my ready-made ephemera. These were videos that I filmed for you, but you haven't seen, but I am putting them in my journal. This is just a journal card, and here's 2 additional pockets. That's where I'm at with ephemera. Plus we have this little journal card, which needs some help, but there that is. She needs a little washi tape or a little number or a little something coming down in this area. She's too plain. And you know the perfect thing to use, and it again will make you mad, but she's going to have this little number. She's going to have this little number. Just use washi tape if you don't have the numbers. It works the same way. Any pattern of washi tape, she'll have that coming down. And at least she has a little something. A postage stamp, whatever, would also work there. So there's where I'm at with ephemera that was made specifically for this journal. In my finished ephemera box, I have tons of pink and red ephemera. So I will just be using whatever's in that box. But let's make something. Let's make something. Okay, questions. Can you glue cardstock pockets to regular coffee dyed paper? Absolutely. If you are well, you should be able to on any coffee dyed paper, but if you'd use 28-pound paper and coffee dyed 28-pound paper like I do, then yes, you can. If you're talking about the coffee dyed papers I gave you, yes, you can. My suggestion is always use 28-pound paper for journal pages. Whether it's what you coffee dye, you can coffee dye 28-pound paper, or if it is like a printed digital, yes, 28-pound is the perfect weight. Do you also decorate with lace on the side with 3 in the front half? Yes, the sides of the pages and the bottoms. So it's not done in here. And if you want to sit here while I do it, we can, but it's kind of boring. You're just gluing lace. Find 3 pages in the front half of your journal. So I like to put the pockets in and then do the lace. And the reason why is when you add a pocket, sometimes you can't add lace. So I like to glue my pockets in and then add the lace, because the lace is going to go on pages where there's not a pocket. A pocket adds a lot of decoration. So you'll go and you'll find a page that is kind of plain and you'll add the lace there. Like for this one right here, you could add lace down this side. You could add lace right there if you wanted. That's okay. But if you were going to put a pocket on, then you wouldn't want to put lace there. So lace would be great on the edge of this one. So find 3, put lace on, 3 different laces, preferably your longest lace, your widest lace is in the center spread. I usually do it down both sides right here. For this one, I might clip in old ephemera. So if you're paper clipping in ephemera, obviously you can't add lace down the edges if you want to clip stuff in. So I like to do the lace at the end because that's where I know where it's needed. That's where I have page edges that have nothing on them. You could add it down coffee dyed paper. That's okay. It's not really taking away too much writing space. So yeah, lace, 3 in the front. Can you glue lace pockets? You can glue them if you don't have a sewing machine, yes. Now, sometimes your glue will be visible depending on the lace that you use. But yeah, you could glue them if you didn't have a sewing machine. Yes. Are we good? We're caught up? Instead of sewing? Yes. For sure. Just keep in mind, like that one that I was showing you, it's a very thin lace, like it's all mesh. You're gonna see glue. There's no way to not see glue here. So you're gonna see it. Is it the end of the day? No. But what I would suggest is use a thicker lace if you're gonna glue, so you see less glue underneath the lace. You know what I mean? Hopefully that helps. Okay, let's do some kind of the little brown envelope flap, just glue another paper to it. If you're selling journals, whatever, it's totally acceptable to just leave that as a flap. Totally acceptable just to leave this as a flap, because this is flexibility. This allows the new owner of this journal or yourself to come in and say you want, I cannot get rid of this piece of paper right now. Say you wanted to add, I don't know why those are over there. They need to be over there. Say you want to add another piece of ephemera. You could add a little paper bag. This is a little paper bag. You glue whatever you want to add there to the flap. So a paper bag. This is a top opening paper bag. It would be a pocket, right? That just glue it in. You could also glue another envelope right here and have another pocket right there if you just glued an envelope. You could add, Catherine, close your eyes. If you have a time card, or, so see, this is like a trifold time card. These are coming. We have packs of these that are made. I don't have this scored, so we're just going to go with however it ends up getting folded. But any kind of piece of paper, even a printed digital, even another printed digital paper. I probably just completely messed this up, but I don't have it scored, so we're just going with it. Yep, did mess it up, but doesn't matter. We're going to go with it. Any piece of paper that is folded in thirds like this can be glued to this flap, and then it would be a flip out, right? So the little flap is like a little hinge, and you can glue whatever you want to it, and then from there it will flip out. Do you know what I mean? So any piece of paper. If you wanted to take a piece of, I found one in here earlier, like, oh my gosh, I can never find the same thing twice in this bin. Here's one. Is it? Yes. Okay. So take a piece of paper that is a printed digital. Here's a printed digital. Take this printed digital. You're going to fold it into thirds like you were folding a letter. I'm going to fold it a little wide. Here's that. There's your little flap. You can glue the flap to the front, right? And then it opens like this, right? You could glue the flap to the back side here. If you glue it to the back here, you glue here, you leave this open. You now have a built-in little pocket. I don't know where my little tag just went that I had, but you now have a built-in pocket right there. I can never find the same thing twice, I'm telling you. There was a little tag that I had just a second ago. This is too wide, but you can have a little built-in pocket if you just glue it here. Just glue here. It's going to hold that paper in, and you have a little built-in pocket right there. Then it opens and it opens, right? So there's flexibility to add other pages, add envelopes. If you want to add a secondary envelope there, we had one of those floating around. Here's a secondary envelope. From here, you can literally keep adding. You can keep adding. You can put another envelope, and then it's going to flip over. And then if I had another one that would fold in, you could do like a tri-folding envelope situation. So leaving this flap gives the new owner of your journal all kinds of flexibility. Maybe they just want to glue a paper or a receipt or something that is memorable to them there. But otherwise, you guys can fill it with what you want. It's just a hinge, okay? Just a hinge. All right. Oh my gosh. So many things. So many things. Junk journal making is so fun because you do have all the options, right? Okay, let's do the little pockets. Let's do the pockets. In your journal kit, you had these two. You might come back for these tags here in a minute. In your journal kit, you had two envelopes that looked like this, a red and a craft one. That fell on the floor also. Okay. Hinge. It's just a hinge. Oh, binge. I get it now. The hinging options never stop, because once you realize that anything that is folded like this, you can add something to, then normally you have another one at the other end you can also add something to. Like any edge of any paper can just be a place to glue another piece of paper that's folded in. And what I mean by that is, even in your normal pages, even if I said, okay, this piece of coffee dyed paper right here, it has a straight edge over here. This straight edge can be a hinge to anything. You could take this piece of paper that we folded into thirds, and you could glue it. You could glue it right there. You'd glue here, and you'd glue here, and you'd do a thumb notch here. It would be a pocket this way, and then your page would flip over, and then here is where your paper would fold out. So anything can be a hinge or a way to add in more pages. So even a single signature journal, you can keep fluffing and stuffing as much as you want to. And then you could put pockets in here if you wanted or whatever, but anything can be added to, I guess is my point. You could take the time card and, hinge it to something. I mean, if I can get it to work right there, I cannot. You could take anything and glue right there. If you just want to glue here and a little bead halfway up the corner here, you can leave the top open as a tuck this way. Then again, it flips open. This time I have it folded this way and it will fold out that way. Otherwise, it can fold in like that and back in on itself. It doesn't really matter, but anything... Junk journal making is continuous. There's no stopping point. You could have things that hinge at the top and fold out from the top and then fold back in on themselves. Wherever that little brown envelope is, if you have an envelope that will fit here, that can also be hinged and fold out a bunch of times and kind of like accordion fold back in on itself. You could do it at the bottom. So it doesn't stop. Junk journals do not stop just within the constraints of the cover. There can be many, many flip outs in all directions. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's do these little pockets. So we're going to go the simple way with these today, because I still want to film a 365 video with my original idea. So we're going to do the simple thing. These are two envelopes. You could use white ones. You could use these ones. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to use these two, and I like the fact they're different colors because we're going to stack them. But we're going to cut these guys. Let's leave the hinges unsealed for the moment. And let's just take them in the paper trimmer so that we get a nice straight edge. Now, it's a little hard to see, but I'm going to cut these at an angle. So I'm just going to choose a random angle and cut them. And I just put the point, the top left point, I put that in the cutting track. And then from there, I'll angle the envelope. I'll leave this in the cutting track and I'll angle the envelope this way to get my angle. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm putting this point in the corner. up here where my cutting track is, as best as I can see in this one. And then I'm just going to cut an angle. So there's that. That's the first one. Okay. And then the second one, how do we want to do this? So right now I could, with the hinges of these, do like a flip out pocket here. And this could be hinged on the edge of a page if you're following along. Our envelope is a little too long, and I forgot that these are actually bigger. Let's cut this corner one more time. This is a little bit too long. It's a little too tall. We need to cut about 1/2 inch or so off. And it's because a business size envelope is too big to fit on our journal page. So I cut that. It's not the same angle, but it doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is if I left it, it's too big for a journal page. So it needs to be, your envelope needs to fit within a journal page, right? Otherwise the top of your pockets would stick out. So when you cut your angle, make sure that you're cutting it where this side edge is no longer than 8.5 inches tall. Your pages are 8.5, so this needs to be 8.5 or smaller. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't know if it does, but hopefully. Okay, so there's the first part. The second part over here, I said we were going to go simple, and then I immediately started making it difficult. Again, I'm just going to put it in there and cut it. I don't really care about the angle. I say that as I like instantly start to care. But now I have 2 halves. We're going to set one to the side, and we're going to use one with the red one. So now we have this. Now I've got them layered like that, and it was just 2 random angles. I wanted one taller and one shorter. Just make them 2 random, random cuts. I don't know how else to say that. But anyway, you've cut 2 envelopes. From here, you could just glue these closed. You could glue the flaps closed on both of them. Stack them together and have a pocket. We don't need that anymore. You could glue them together, stack them together, and have a pocket. So find a paper that looks good with red. Somewhere in here. That's the wrong side of that paper. I mean, even here. Okay, so this, if you glue your envelopes closed, glue the flaps closed, then glue one envelope onto each other, and then you're going to stack them along the edge of a paper like this. Then you have a pocket here, you have a pocket in there, and you have a pocket back here. So there's one way of making a simple, very simple pocket out of cut envelopes. However, it doesn't have to stop with just these 2 halves. We did cut a smaller section of the coffee or the craft color envelope. So you could have 3 stacked here. And we also cut the top of a red one. Now I had to come back and I had to cut it again because I forgot about the height of it. But you guys won't do that. You guys will have a section that looks like this. Or looks like, yes, you guys will have a section that looks like this. So you could layer them further and have 4 stacked pockets right there. You could have 4. Or you could take these 2 smaller ones and put them on a different page. I mean, you wouldn't do it there, but you'd put the 2 smaller ones on a different page. So out of 2 business size envelopes, you can have 2 sets of stacked pockets. That's the most simple way to use business envelopes. I mean, it's not the most simple, but it's one of the most simple. The most simple is just cutting an envelope in half. But if you cut them at an angle, then you get 2 sets of stacking pockets from 2 business envelopes. So very simple. Later on in a 365 video, I'm going to make a hinged masterpiece out of business envelopes, which It's not very hard to do, but you guys will see it in a 365 video where I use 2 business envelopes and I do a hinge flip out pocket system. Again, it's not real hard, but it's a little more technical than what we just did. That's it. So don't cut your envelope wrong like I did. It'll still work. You'll just have a smaller pocket right here. You'll just have this instead. So if you mess it up, you'll just have a smaller pocket. That's all. It's all right. So let's go ahead and do these and decorate these so that we can say that we have some envelope pockets wherever I stuck them. Let's decorate them. I can use these. It doesn't matter. I'll do the other way differently. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to close these. And we've done this in a 365 video, I believe. But we're going to close these now. Don't trust the self-adhesive strip. Always add glue stick. Don't trust any sticker, self-adhesive, whatever. Now, when you add glue stick, make sure you're adding glue stick only to where the glue already is. If you go over, I just did that right there. Yes, I did. Don't add glue stick. Don't get crazy with it. Pardon me while I get that off my desk. Don't go crazy with it. Because if you put glue stick down in here, you're actually gluing the pocket closed. So my glue line, you can see the glue line. Don't go over that because otherwise you're going to glue your pocket closed. So get that glued. There it is. We'll be good, and we'll use our little glue paper now, which is really just parchment paper from the kitchen. Glue them closed. Then decorate them. Then glue them in your journal. So again, there's my glue line. I don't want to add glue stick past that point. I just want glue stick along where that glue is. There's where my glue is. And then glue that closed. Okay. From here, we're going to layer these up. Now, there are other ways to do this, and I'm just going to quickly show you. If you cut them if you stack your 2 envelopes together, do I have 2 more in here? Please let me have 2 more in here. Do I have 2 more envelopes? Let me show you option B for this. Option B. Oh, goodness. I don't have 2 more. Okay. Well, option B is instead of cutting your envelopes separately and at different heights, instead of cutting them separately and at different heights, stack them together and cut them both at the same angle at the same time. Take one of them, flip it around this way, and glue them together like this, and you'll have them kind of be a point like that. And you'll have a pocket here, and you'll have a pocket back there. So you could do a little V like that. People do. You might go like that. I don't know. It depends on which color you want in the front. But you'll have a pocket in the inside of the envelopes, if that makes sense. You'll have a pocket here and you'll have a pocket there. So you can do a V if you cut them both at the same time at the same angle. A V. It depends. Whatever you want. And then from there, you can keep that B going with another pocket down there at the bottom. So there are many options with business envelopes. I'm just showing you a couple of the options. You'll have a pocket here, pocket back there. And then you could have side tuck back in the back when you glue it on the page. Does that make sense? Did I go too fast for you all? Okay, pocket option B. You're going to stack your 2 envelopes together and you're going to cut them at an angle, either this way or this way. Doesn't matter. Stack both envelopes together. Cut them at the same angle. Turn one around. Make them a V like this, keeping the points at the same height. I like to just do it like this in my hand and keeping the sides together, and I'm tapping it on the counter or the desk or whatever, and that's keeping the points at the same height. So now my points are the same height. You're not going to have this down here. You're going to cut that off. You could wrap that up around and make it a tuck. It doesn't matter. cut it off even here so you don't have that overhang. Glue it closed, glue your envelopes together so that you have pockets. Then you're going to take the cutoff point and you could put the cutoff point down there. That's not going to be there. You're going to glue it to your journal page like this, right? And then there could be a pocket for a tag back here in the back, a journal card. There could be a pocket right here in the front. You obviously use a different tag. There would be a pocket back here, and there'd be a pocket back there. Make sense? So there's 3. Many other ways we could keep going. You could add more layers here. You could do a million things. Okay, we're decorating this guy. And how are we doing it? We're doing it like that. Okay. Let's see. If we want to leave the red showing, we can just glue these together. If you want to put some kind of decorative Florentine paper or some other kind of paper back there so that you don't see just red envelope, then, you know, collage that up before you put the envelopes together. For me, I don't mind seeing the red. The red is fine. However, I do have this little punch that my daughter got me for Christmas. And so I'm going to take this little lacy edge border punch right here. And I'm going to punch my envelope. So I'm going to line it up. And I hope I'm not messing this up. I can't really stick my head over it. So we're going to do it. We're going to hold, I can't really do it with I have to put my head over it. So hold on 2 seconds while I get it lined up. And then we're going to do it again. I'm punching through thick envelope. Okay, looking good. And then I'm going to layer it like this. Most of us have old paper punches like this. The Martha Stewart, the Stampin' Up, the whatever. So now that little plain red edge envelope looks pretty good. This one my daughter got me for Christmas. She got it from the little holes, the little red dots. She got it from scrapbook.com, and this is a We Are Memory Keepers one. It has a little We Are right here. And I think, you know, I don't think it was very expensive, but it's a great little punch. So these are still available. I know Martha Stewart made these a long time ago. Those, you know, they're vintage, whatever. But this is a new We Are Memory Keepers one that scrapbook.com had. I don't know if it's available other places. She got it for me for Christmas. So now, again, the poor little Dyson, he's going to have to eat all these little red dots. I don't know what to tell you, but like Tim Holtz can't deal with glitter, I can't deal with these little red dots. I can't deal with them. They're going over there. Okay. So now my pocket looks like this, and it looks like a hot mess, but it's going to be super cute when it's done. Let's do the same thing here. You could do a different edge. You could do a different decorative edge punch right here. You sure could. Doesn't have to be the same. It could be different. You could do different lacy one. You could do whatever, but you know, slide your pocket in. And with these punches, there's a guardrail right here. You need to keep the edge of your envelope against the guardrail, right? And the first punch, as long as the end of your paper is within the punching mechanism, so it can't be out here. Don't start it there. You could, but it makes it harder. Start it in there. And I'm trying very hard to show you because some of you, you know, some of you don't have these. Some of you are so young. This is a much thicker envelope. Some of you are so young that you don't know about these punches because you didn't have them. You were not the, this one is too thick, I think, which is going to make me sad. You were not part of the original, I'm going to try to line it up and finish it. You guys were not part of the original scrapbooking days people, and you don't know about border punches. I think I just messed this up because the envelope is too thick. It's going to make me sad. I can't do it. It's going to make me sad. It's too thick. It won't go. I can't white knuckle it. But anyway, I'm going to cut it off again and we're going to continue. For those of you who are too young to remember scrapbooking days where we had all these paper punches, they are still available. They come in many different patterns. It doesn't matter which one you choose. They're all beautiful. And so let's just cut this at another angle. It will be fine. I'm not going to stress about it. If you mess it up, that's what you do. You cut it off and you move on. The envelope, this one, it's a really thick craft paper and it won't go through the punch. But the red one did. So we're all good. We're just going to have a smaller pocket now. And the angle is off, which will annoy me. Yeah, the angle is off. And I can't fix it. I have to cut it again. Wait, I'm saved. I have another one. We're all good. I have the other half, so I'm good. We want to cut the angle at the same, so we have the same distance between. So anyway, I have the other half. We're all good. Don't try punching your craft one because it's not going to go through there. Let's glue these together. I cannot cut this edge, which will annoy me. However, we could wrap it with some decorative paper so that, you know, we see something other than craft paper. Whatever you want to put there. Like, I don't have a big enough piece, but even a strip like this, we could wrap it with that. Maybe we want to do that. Do we want to wrap it with that? Yes, let's wrap it with this after all of that. So I'm going to cover my craft one so I don't see it. I don't want to see the craft now that I can't do the decorative punch on it. So I'm going to put some glue stick. My glue stick got pretty dry because I left it open. I'm going to put some glue stick there. And I'm going to layer this. It's not going to cover the whole thing, but I do not care as long as I get the envelope part covered. So there's that. Get that glued on there. Oh, this one didn't get sealed because I used the other half of my envelope. You guys are like, this is a hot mess. It's actually going to turn out beautiful, but we have to have faith. So now my envelope is sealed. I've got decorative paper. I'm going to trim off the excess decorative paper. I'm not going to wait for it to dry, but you guys should probably wait for it to dry at home. I'm just going to trim that off, making sure I don't cut into my envelope. You could wrap it around the edge. That probably would be smarter to wrap it around inside of the pocket, but I was in a hurry and did not. So now I have decorative paper covering my craft one. Yes, I am that finicky. Now I have what looks like this, and I'm going to do that right there. That's going to be beautiful. And you're like, what is happening down here? What is happening down there? Well, I had this little bit of red envelope that was cut off, and I was kind of thinking that we could put that. How does it go? It can't go like that, and it can't go like that either. Dang it. Well, I have another envelope somewhere, but I'm going to add another envelope pocket down there, and it needs to be the red one. But this one is too small because I don't have enough Florentine paper to cover. I could piece it together, but that might look kind of yucky. Anyway, cover your craft envelope with some kind of decorative paper. I'm going to need to come in here and add a little section right there because my little red envelope isn't long enough. But eventually I'm going to end up looking like that. I know it's a hot mess. Just hang in there. Hang in there. Have faith. Hang in there. We're going to need to come down a little bit. Okay, perfect. Let's glue these two together. I'm going to use art glitter glue, and I'm going to glue down the long edge of my pocket. Maybe. Maybe I am. It's thinking about it. Perhaps not. There we go. We're going to glue down the long edge of the envelope. We're going to glue across to the bottom. And we're going to glue the short edge. Maybe we are. Oh my gosh. I don't make a mess. It's like doing it backwards. Okay. We're going to glue them together. I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom. I did just get glue all over my finger. There we go. Perfect. Get that glued together. Keeping it straight. Now I'm going to have to piece this piece of paper in here, because wherever my little red envelope is over here, it's not, see how the angle is? The angle is going to show right there. So I need to piece in just a little bit more paper. I didn't quite get it down far enough. So I'm going to match up my pattern and piece it in. No big deal. Just going to glue that whole thing. And we're going to piece that in. I'm looking for where it's going to go. And there we go. Okay, so we're going to trim the edge of that off. Then we're going to glue on our little red one. But I want to do the decorative border punch on this little red bottom one too. So that was the point of stacking a secondary one. Now we have it covered. Awesome. All right, we're good. Let's do the decorative punch on this little red one. It's not going to be much, and we want to cut the right part, and we want to seal it together first. So we're going to seal it. We want to make sure that we know which one needs the decorative edge, and it's this side right here that needs the decorative edge. So we're going to take it in there, and I'm going to put it in, punch it, make a mess again. Then you line it up over here. See where that white and blue pattern is? Line it up. This is for people who are too young for scrapbooking days. Maybe you don't remember. I don't know. There we go. Sometimes if you're just slightly off, you get a little paper line that sticks out. Again, I'm doing mine up in the air. I've got the little lines. Just trim them. There we go. And there we go. Okay. Get rid of the mess. Stick them together. That goes like that down there at the bottom. Now you have decorative edge and decorative edge with Florentine paper here. We're going to glue them together. You're going to glue everything that isn't punched. Now, the way that I've glued them, you actually have a little bit more option for pockets. You could glue them completely flat with glue stick, but I glued them so that there's a pocket in the front and a pocket in the back. What I mean by that is, I keep losing my little tag. This little tag right here, let me find a better example. Let's use these. So what we just made is this. It's not finished. I will still decorate it. But you have in your kit a bunch of different tags. You've got library pockets that could go in there. You've got the little heart ones. You've got this one. You've got these that go in there. Something that looks like that. You have a little white one. These are all the little decorative tags that came in your kit. So these ones don't need decorated. You could do a little more collage, like a little washi or whatever. You could ink the back, but you don't need to decorate these ones. These ones are all, you know, cute and ready to go. These two here, you could do a stamping on. You could do some embossing powder at the bottom. This is a little punch out hole that's been little die cut for you. But these two, I would probably just stamp a cute little image or do little embossing powder across the bottom of that one. You could stamp and do embossing on that one. Very simple way to do those. These are the three I want to show you because in this one envelope, you're going to have a pocket that goes all the way down in the back there for a tag. Okay. You're going to have this on a journal page. This big, huge tag. It's like a 4x8 tag is going to go in there. Then you have your next pocket here. Now I glued it to where you have the pocket all the way in the back, but you also have the pocket in the envelope. So in mine, you have two pockets. It doesn't matter if you use this one or use that one. It really doesn't matter. So there's that. And then here in the front, you have this one way, way, way back there. Way back there. Like that. So you're getting 3 tags. And when you put this on a journal page, I'm going to find a page that looks good with this. When you put this on a journal page, let's use this one. We'd cover her face up, though. I don't want to cover her face up. Hold. Gotta find a page. Like I have 0 pages, but let's pretend it was going here. Let's pretend we glued it on here like this. So this tag is in the envelope. It's in it, right? It's inside of the envelope. You're also going to have the one in the back here. Now, if you want to glue this completely flat to a paper, you can. And if you glue over here, if you glue here and here and across the back of the top up there, right, you're going to have the pocket inside of the envelope. You also get a pocket over here on this edge for a journal card to stick out of. So when you glue this on a page, there's many options. You're going to have one here. You could have had a small one here if you wanted, but I don't like sticking things where you have to pull them out where the signature is sewn in because it gets hard to get them out, right, when the journal is full of ephemera. So you could glue this side, you could glue the bottom, and you could glue the whole entire back across the top. You're still going to have your pocket in there for your big tag, but glue it on like that, and you also get a journal card slot there, okay? Let's finish it. We already made tags that could go in there too, so that's good. Let's finish this guy up quick. Alrighty. For this one, I have a little butterfly, which, I mean, honestly, a little butterfly in that corner would be all that little corner needed. I can't use that one because it doesn't match, but let's see what else we have. We could cut the little girl out and see if we could get her to fit right there. We could cut the little girl or the little boy. These were the focal points that were included in your journal kit. I always give you guys focal points. Just because it's hard sometimes to find the perfect focal point that goes with the kit. So I always give you guys focal points. Including in the new journal, I'm giving you focal points. So there's what we could use for that. And then if you cut this guy out, he could be a tag in there or a journal card in there. So we also have roses, and you could have put some roses on there, but I deliberately did these pretty large so that they could decorate like the full journal card or the full tag. So I think they're a little too large. How are we doing out there in Crafty Land? How are we doing out in Crafty Land? Are we doing good? Reduce the amount of scraps? That's what I said, though. It has to be actual scraps. Otherwise, we just make more scraps. I know. The paper scraps never end, and it's because it is easier just to grab a new piece of paper oftentimes than to, you know, focus on finding one in our scrap bin. So I'm going to cut this little butterfly out. And he's going to go down there on the bottom little section of pocket. Notice I got the cutter bees out for him because he's delicate with all of his little antenna and every other thing he's got going on there. I don't know if I'm going to leave those antennae like that or not, but for now, yeah, I need to do a little more cutting in there. Let's cut around all his little lacy edge wings. In there. When I'm done doing this video, I have to go to my new home site to look at something. The builder is now saying they can't get the same garage doors that were promised, and the promised garage doors are very decorative, and the new options are like standard garage doors. So I always feel like when they do a substitution, it's like taking away a decorative element that you liked and replacing it with like a very basic element. And it is what it is, I guess. If that's what's available, that's what's available. But it's just kind of sad. I was like, oh, I liked the old garage door. It had like this decorative like paneling and trim in it and stuff. And the new one is just like a garage door. So anyway, I'll go out there and look. I'm going to ink the rest of that because I'm worried if I cut any more, we will not have anything left. So let me grab a scrap of paper and ink his little antenna and see what I think about them when they're inked. Okay, so I'm thinking that with a little bit of whitish book page or something behind it. That's okay. There's a little section I'm not happy where it looks there. Let's trim that just back a little bit more. That's good. So there he will go. Okay, we did a butterfly. Now let's see about this little girl here. We will not see the whole girl, so there's no reason to fussy cut the whole girl. If she will even fit on there, I do not know that she will. Let's see about it. So what I was thinking is about, you know, cutting her off and tucking her, getting her to fit somewhere back in this range. We will not see enough of her, I don't think. We'll have to put her back on that side. We still won't see very much of her. So I think we're going to save her and we're just going to put her on the tag that goes in there. Let's see about this boy. Can we get the boy in there? I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, to be honest with you, but let's see if we can use this. If we put this image in the back there, at least you'll be able to see the hearts and stuff that are coming out of there. Again, though, it might be better on a journal card. I just am trying to find something to decorate the back of this. And I did not find what I was looking for in those elements. I think he's okay. Like, I could get him to be glued back there. Do we want to just glue him in the back there? If I fussy cut him, we could glue him You're going to have tags in there, so honestly, I don't need to fuss about it so very much. Do we want to glue him to a journal card and just make it? Okay, glue him to that journal card and just stick that journal card in. I have these for journal cards and pockets. I don't know what I want to do with the rest of this. It's bothering me that I didn't get a decorative edge right here. Let's finish the little butterfly at the bottom. Let's finish the little butterfly there. We can do that at least. Let's see. This is one of the first and only themed ones I've ever done. Not my design, of course, but I'm just thrilled that I finished it, which I only really did because of Kate's classes. Aw, thank you, Marjorie. Thank you. Just read in your chat. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I appreciate that. Your Celtic Highland journal. we almost did. I didn't want to do back-to-back themes, but next year, if journal kits continue, we will have a honestly a St. Patty's Day journal, because we can do like an Irish journal St. Patty's Day if you want, but whatever. We almost did one, but I didn't want to do back-to-back themes. So we went theme and then antique, and then we'll have a entirely different kind of a journal for April if they continue. I have supplies, so one way or another, I guess something's coming, but I've already pre-bought supplies for a lot of them for the year. But there's that. I'll pick up some of the extra glue. There's my little butterfly down in the bottom corner. It's very, very basic. I really need some book page in there. Some handwriting back there would have been good too. Let's do a little of this. So anytime you have lines of handwriting, remember that lines of handwriting can be used in place of a label. So lines of handwriting, anything linear, can be used in the place of a label. Music, oftentimes, it's linear, right? So tearing a couple of lines of music or a couple lines of text act the same as a label in a collage. So we can just go right down there. We'll bring that to the bottom because it's a straight edge, and then we'll put our butterfly back. Better. Always 3 elements. 2 looks weird. So now we have some lines of text down there, and I like that. Let's do a little bit more. I know we're putting cards in there and stuff, but it's still too plain for me. Maybe it just needs to be inked and I'll be happy with it. I don't know. Let me look at your comments. What embosser do you recommend mid-level pricing? Well, most die cutting machines will also emboss. So if you already have a die cutting machine, chances are it will also do embossing. Do you have a die cutting machine yet or no? Marjorie, it's fine. Totally fine. I just assumed that watching helped. It's okay. It's not mine, but it's okay. I assume watching the classes kind of, at least for nothing else, we kept you company while you were making it. Totally fine, though. I knew it was not my Celtic one, but it's okay. So, do you already have an embossing machine? Like a not embossing machine, a die cutting machine? That was the question. Because if you have a die cutting machine, why does it not emboss? I guess is my question to you. You can post whatever journal you make in the Facebook group. The only thing that you can't do is you can't promote, whoever, whatever else is linked to that journal. I'm happy for you to share your work, and you're welcome to share your work, but the mentioning of wherever else, whatever else came from, that's promoting the other people's stuff. And I can't have that in the Facebook group for several reasons. One, because sometimes people get mad, and other times it just opens up doors for all kinds of advertising, backdoor deals, whatever. And I don't want that in the group, because the group is not a selling group. The group is really just about sharing your work. These should have been inked before they were glued down. So I am attempting to ink them now. I got too carried away and didn't do it beforehand. Sharing your work is great. It inspires other people to do, similar things, or, it gives them an idea that maybe something they didn't think of. I do like it better inked. It helps it, but it's not finished. It's just every time a door is opened, 90% of you are perfectly fine and respectful. But there is that 10% where if a door gets opened, like if you were to post what's your favorite glue in the Facebook group, that's a really good normal question. And 90% of the responses would be totally fine. But 10% of the responses would be, here's my Amazon link to this, when it's not, it's not me doing it, it's some random person doing it. And then they would link something where it would go to a completely different website and take the people out of the group to a different website. I can't control where they put the link to. I can't control if it's a good website or a bad website. I don't support the Chinese websites, the Temus and the whatever. I don't support those. So I don't want links of those in there. So it just opens up a door. And like I said, 90% of the responses would be totally fine, but 10% of the responses would be either, here's my website where I sell glue, or I hate this glue, I think it's garbage, and they would, list a bunch of, it gave me cancer smelling it, whatever. Like, people say things like this. I can't have the liability of people saying that whatever glue gave them cancer. Not that anyone has literally said like a glue gave them cancer, but there have been posts that were like, oh, the fumes, I had to go to the ER, whatever, I'm going to sue the company. I can't have that in the Facebook group for liability reasons. So it just opens doors. So that's why I'm like, this is pretty simple, guys. You show a picture of what you made, or pictures of what you made. People enjoy it. You like showing off your work. It feels good for people to respond positively to your work. It inspires other people, and it's a way of giving back, because 99.9% of us see other people's work because they were kind enough to post it and share it. And then that helps us grow as artists. It helps us learn how to make a pocket or get an idea or whatever. So instead of just taking, give back by posting your work so that your work can inspire other people. Because if you're just looking at social media and you're just watching and learning and, all that stuff, that's great. But you only get to do that because other people posted. It's kind to also post, even if you're just a beginner and it's the first thing you ever made. It's kind to also post, because those posts also help people. It's like giving it back, paying it forward, whatever. And if you all didn't post, where would you get inspiration from? If no one ever shared their work, whose work would you look at? Would you even look at Facebook if no one ever posted their work? Of course not. We need it. We need the posts. So that's why I think a Facebook group where it's really just about the sharing of the work is kind of where we're at, I guess. some people do enjoy ruining things for other people. In my Facebook group, when we first started it, you were allowed to sell things directly in the group. And very quickly that was like, oh goodness, no. Because people can't behave themselves. I don't know why. They just can't. They can't do it. It's one of those things where, it could be great, but unfortunately some people make it impossible, you know? I don't know. I see the struggles. I'm in a group chat with other Facebook group owners, and we chat about the issues, that come with running a Facebook group or owning a Facebook group or whatever you want to say. And we all come to the same conclusion, really. As much as we try to fight it, unfortunately, what we want and what is reality of what's possible because of bad people or people trying to some people are just out for themselves. And those people, none of us want in our group. As a group owner who's in a group chat with a lot of the top other groups on Facebook, their owners, we're all in the group chat, we all chat. Most of us have come to the same conclusion. Some people are just out for themselves, and none of us want those people in our group. They ruin things for other people. They tend to be negative. Like if somebody was to post a Stampin' Up! Punch, this is the most common issue when people go to sell these. People go to sell these and they're like, well, yeah, I'm going to ask, $80 or whatever. People are so rude to them. This punch is worth $80. It might even be worth more. I don't know. But some people are so mean. They're like, how dare you? That's terrible. Those punches were sold for $20 or whatever, 30 years ago with Stampin' Up. And it's like, it doesn't matter. If you don't like it, just scroll on by. But they're mean to the people that post things for sale that they don't agree with their pricing. They'll nitpick their work. Like if you were to post a journal you made, some people are out there just to ruin your day and tell you that your journal is garbage and not worth what you're asking. And you just, none of us want those people in there, but you don't know how people are going to be whenever you let them in your group. There's group rules, but do you think people don't even read those rules? People don't even care. So mostly it's just nice people, but there are just some people that just make it so hard to do nice, kind things in your Facebook groups, because there's those 10% of people who are just going to ruin it. It doesn't matter. They're just going to ruin it. They like to ruin other people's days, whether they're having some issues themselves or whatever. So it's just tough. We try to make nice groups, and we spend a lot of time and a lot of effort to make nice groups, but we can't do everything. While we trust and know 90% of the people will be great, we also know 10% of the people will be bad. And so we're always trying to mitigate that, really. And it can get to you. It can definitely wear you down and make you feel like, I don't want anything to do with this group. Like, I've never felt that way about mine, but some other larger groups, their owners and stuff, they leave and they say, I don't want to do this anymore, because people ruin it. They just do. So I don't know. It's just hard. Yeah, and it is easy to hide behind the keyboard, and a lot of times the people doing the most harm have fake accounts anyway, so it's not even their real account. They risk nothing, but they just get a fake account and they get to go out there and ruin everybody's day and make everybody unhappy. And imagine if you were brand new to junk journal making. This is something I see a lot too. Imagine if you were brand new and you joined a Facebook group and you post one picture of your journal that you made, and maybe you post the journal of the picture you post a picture of the journal you made. You're brand new, it's your first journal. You're sharing it because you are proud that you did it, you proud that you completed it. You are just putting it out there in the world. As everyone else is sharing their work, you're sharing your work. Imagine if you got a couple, maybe one comment and maybe a heart, and then maybe the next comment comes in and it's, oh my gosh, this is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. I mean, to that person, you just broke their heart. And they probably cried. And then they probably never ever shared their work again. Never ever. Because why would they when people are so mean? And we run groups and we try so hard to look at all the comments. But the comments, we don't, unless you read every single comment and every single post, it's really hard. And when you have a larger group, it's extremely hard to see all the comments. And a lot of times we don't see them when somebody is mean. And then that person who got their feelings hurt, they don't post anymore. Maybe they leave the group entirely because they just think people are mean there. But we rely on you guys to tell us when people have broken the rules or are mean. And we rely on people to say, hey, look, I just saw this and I wanted to bring it to your attention. So whatever group you're in, if you see somebody who's mean and breaking the rules and whatever, it is good, as long as you're kind, to get the group admins or owners' attention and say, hey, we saw this. We didn't think that, it should be allowed, or whatever, however you want to post it. It broke the rules. It was mean. It was unkind. Because oftentimes the person who did the post, they won't report it because their feelings are hurt. They don't know that they can report it. Maybe they're just embarrassed, whatever, because people are mean, right? So we rely on you guys to help us out and to report things when you see them. Don't click the report button. That reports to Facebook. That does not report to the group owner or admin. What you do is you go to the members section, you see who is an owner or an admin, and you message them on Facebook Messenger and tell them, hey, saw this, send them a screenshot and let them know, hey, this is the post, because we need to know the post, right? And then they'll take care of it. But if no one tells us, we might miss the comment. It takes a lot to read every single comment. My group is the it's full of very kind people. You guys are kind to each other, and every time I see somebody who's not kind, they got booted out really right away. And I did that because I didn't want people to have their feelings hurt, because once they get their feelings hurt, like, it's devastating, right? It's just so dang mean, and it makes you feel like your work wasn't good enough when your work was perfectly fine. Like, everyone has different tastes, and I promise you there's a buyer out there for every journal. So it's not like your work, was bad, or it was bad because you were new or whatever. It's just, it wasn't that person's taste and they were just a jerk about it. So if that ever happened to you and somebody was mean to you when you tried to share your work, don't let that stop you from sharing. That person's just mean, rude, whatever. If you didn't report it then, now you can go to the members page and find the admin and tell them, hey, this person really hurt my feelings, whatever. I'm not trying to, tattletale or whatever, but the group owners want to know. We want to know because we want those people out of the Facebook group. Nobody wants those kind of people in our Facebook group. None of us. So if it ever happens to you, somebody's mean in my group, just contact me. You can send me a message on Facebook Messenger if it is regarding the Facebook group only. If it is regarding live sales, then you have to text me. But for Facebook, really, those people don't have my cell phone number because they don't come to live sales. They don't, they don't know that. They'll message me on Facebook Messenger and I'll take care of it. And the person is no questions asked. If you were mean, even one time, it's done. I just don't have patience for it. And if somebody else got their feelings hurt and you were legitimately out of line, I don't have patience for it. Nobody does. So yeah, there's that. And that's what Tim Holtz always says. And I also tell you, even if it's not your style, even if you wouldn't do it, you wouldn't glue that there. Maybe you would use a different color palette, whatever. Find something that you do like, because and all of us have seen this, every single one of us have seen this. You'll look at the posts in a Facebook group and some posts have 80 likes and you're like, oh my gosh, everyone loves this. But then some posts, maybe the person is new or whatever. Maybe they just, they don't know anybody in the group or whatever. They post something and it will get like 1 like or no likes even. And then that person has hurt feelings because you can see the ones that have 80 likes. And if yours doesn't have, any likes, it hurts your feelings. So that's why I always tell you guys to make sure that you are liking people's posts and leaving them a comment, an encouraging, kind comment, because everyone makes beautiful art. There's no ugly art. There might not be your style, but everybody makes beautiful art. Everybody has a kind soul. Everybody deserves love and encouragement. Everybody deserves to have their stuff shown with pride and, that kind of stuff. So just be kind out there and keep an eye out for those posts that maybe didn't get enough love, and maybe find them and single them out and show them some extra love. I think if we just put like a little butterfly and maybe a little something else on there, this can be a pocket. I mean, you could leave it a plain pocket, but I had that butterfly sitting there, so I don't know if we want it that way or that way. I don't know where we want it, but that butterfly on there for a pocket. Anyway, how are you guys? It is hard putting a piece of yourself out there when it's your artwork. And that's what I'm saying. So find posts anywhere you go. Look at them, give them a heart, and please, the words do matter. Just leave them, even if you are in a hurry. Just leave them on just a few words, because the hearts and the likes, the thumbs up, the whatever, that matters. But the words are really what speak to that person and tell them that you like it, right? You could say, love the way that you use the lace like that. Love the lace you chose. Love the way that you layered up your ephemera. Love the color scheme. Love whatever, right? Love the theme. Anything, really anything. Just find some kind of nice little words. Just say, love it, if nothing else. But just take that little second to just give them some words, because the words are what speak to that person's heart and tell them, yeah, I can do this. My art was worth something. It's just a kind thing to do. People need encouragement. Everyone needs encouragement everywhere. I mean, the grocery store clerk needs encouragement. The mailman needs encouragement. The French fry fryer needs encouragement. Everybody needs encouragement. Everybody needs the little love and the little positivity. So just try to be positive wherever. And I know it's hard. I'm not the most positive person by nature. I think I'm always just like a glass half empty person. I wish I wasn't, but I just think that's the way I am. So sometimes it's hard to like think about being positive and saying kind, it's not hard to think about being kind, but it's hard to think about the fact that people need that everyone out there needs it. They don't say they do, but they do. We all know that we need a little encouragement. We need a little positivity. We need to know we're doing a good job. We need to know we're valued. We need to know that we matter. So I don't know, just think about that. Just try when you're out and about. I don't know. I could do that under there easily, but I don't want to. We've been doing that a lot. What about just a little bit of like a label of music or something? Like I have this. This is what I'm saying. Anything linear can be like act as a label, because normally you might think of putting a label under him or something. What about just doing like a little collaging? I don't want it quite that long. And we need a rough edge on this side. You guys know where I'm coming from. You know what I'm trying to say very uneloquently. Words are hard for some people. Words are obviously hard for me. I have had this half of a playing card laying around here for a long time. What if we do like half a playing card, a butterfly? Yeah, let's do that. We needed 3 elements, and this little card has been laying here for forever. Aw. See, you guys are, I know, you guys are the best, kindest people ever. Maria, if you guys weren't here in the beginning, Maria C. sent me a massive amount of crumble cookie yesterday. They literally got delivered to my door, crumble cookie, and that was amazing. So thank you, Maria, again. Just super kind, right? But you guys are very kind. Diana said also something is coming and I need to make sure I'm home. But and they, you know, they're just very kind, and you guys are always kind. You guys are good in the group. You're always sharing your work. But to those of you who haven't shared, just keep in mind that people put their work out there and inspired you, and it's just giving back. It's just, you know, putting it out there because other people put theirs out there to inspire you, right? So it's kind of like, I don't know, I don't want to say it's necessary, but if they inspired you, it's just kind of inspiring other people, right? You got something from seeing it, so put something back out there. I need this piece of paper. Diana was your inspiration? Oh, okay. You guys are so sweet. You guys make me a little, you're making me a little blushy about it. You are. But we will have crumble cookie for a very long time. I'm actually going to have to freeze. So. Amazing crumble cookie, though. If you've never had crumble. I don't know what kind of cookie. I don't know how to explain what kind of cookies they are, but they're very, very much like homemade cookies, but they're massive and thick. They're like 1 inch thick and probably 6 inches, 6 inches in diameter. One of them is like for 2 people. Thank you guys. The printer that I have now is the ET3950. It's available at Amazon. It's also available at Costco. It's an Epson EcoTank ET3950. I had the 3850 before, and it went out, so I had to get the 3950. I think the 3850 is being phased out, and the 3950 is the newer model. It's a very simple pocket. It can probably have some lace put down here at the bottom of it, but we made 2 extremely simple pockets while I chatted a whole big bunch. I have some little journal cards or tags. I think we should put this little girl on one, probably on this one, or the little boy. Let's fussy cut both of these and decorate something. I love my printers. Yes, the Epson EcoTank has always been good. I have a laser printer, which I also love. It's a little older. We have some newer printers that I haven't really talked about yet. Once we do some things for you guys, I'll share that information. The Epson EcoTank that I told you, the ET3950, it is what I would use always for printing digitals for junk journal pages. You need nothing else. It has the built-in scanner with the stitching software that I've talked about a bunch of times. So if you are using a printer for junk journal making, the Epson EcoTank, either the 3850 if you can find it, or the 3950, those are both all you would ever need for junk journals. They have scanning beds. They have the software. They print beautifully. The ink that we're currently using, I did eventually convert and go to the generic ink that's available on Amazon. It is much, much cheaper, and I do like the red color better. The red is hard, and I like the red of the generic ink much more than I like the red of the Epson ink. I don't know. It's not a true red, I don't believe, unless you get the generic one, which is weird, but whatever. So there's generic ink refills available on Amazon for like $16 for a full set of bottles. Out of that full set of bottles, you will print hundreds and hundreds of full borderless, full page, beautiful color prints. So it's well worth it. I know, not everyone has the budget for it right now, but if you are saving for something, that printer is a good thing. It will make your life much easier in the long run. We're always going to need to print things. We're a paper crafter community, right? So paper crafters, generally, we need to print a lot. The scanning is great because you can scan all the antique things that you get from the live sales and stuff and preserve that. So that adds extra, every time you spend money at the antique document stuff, you can scan it and then you can print it out over and over again. So it kind of makes the price point of antique things a little easier because you get more out of them. You get more use out of them once you can scan them and print them out again. And if you want to do digitals, you're going to need a printer and you're going to need a scanner. So there she is. I think she looks great on that. So let's do that. Hey, Christine. The generic ink prints the same. So I've only used one. I only trust one. I do not have a link at the moment for you, but I have given the link in the Facebook group before. But if somebody would post a question, or I'll post it in the Facebook group, I'll post the link for the generic ink. There is only one that my daughter used to use it, and for forever I would only do the Epson ink because I was really afraid to put the generic one in. But I have ran the generic one for at least 6 months. I love it. I think it's great, and it is the true color of red. So I'll put it in the Facebook group. I'll put the link. It's not always available on Amazon because, now it depends on your Amazon, but my Amazon, because my stuff ships from a warehouse closer to me and your stuff will ship from a warehouse closer to you. It's not always available to me on Amazon because sometimes it sells out and I have to wait. But I think it's well worth it. I'll link it in the Facebook group for you. I don't exactly remember. Amazon stuff has weird names. It's not like the generic names. They're not like, it's not like Epson, right? It's a name that I cannot for the life of me ever remember. I'll put it in there. I'll link the printer too, but honestly, Costco has the printer. And I like getting the printer from Costco as much as I would love the commission from Amazon. That's great too because they have free shipping. But Costco, at least if something goes wrong with your printer, you can return it to Costco. It's harder to return a printer to Amazon. It's not impossible. You just have to keep the box, but oh my gosh, EcoTank, way better from the old cartridge kind. The cartridge kind, we were spending so much money on ink like that. Ridiculous amount of money. And then EcoTanks came on the market and everyone loves them. They're so much better. We get to actually print without worrying about the cost. And the print quality is great. They have improved so much over the years too. Got glue right there. They've improved. I think I can print. You guys have seen the things I print for you. The stuff I print from you is from that printer and that ink. So if you've gotten it in the last 6 months or so, roughly, It has been generic ink and the Epson EcoTank printers always. If I've printed it for you, that's what it is. Unless it's done on the laser printer, which it could have been done on the laser. I don't know. Depends on the kind of thing. I think we want it like this, but maybe not. It's cute. We could make them. They're not like my all-time favorite, but whatever. Let's just do it. We're at the point where we just need to do it. We're just going to put focal points on them. Some quick ephemera. We're not going to stress. Did we ever get the answer about the embossing machine? I didn't see it. I'm sure you probably answered me, but I didn't see it. Did you answer me about whether or not you had a die cutting machine, or do you not have die cutting and that's why you're asking for embossing? Because before you spend the money on an embossing machine, I would recommend that you get one that can emboss and die cut. Just because why only get one, right? And most machines can do both. There are plenty of inexpensive die cutting and embossing machines on Amazon. If you go to the generic ones of those, there's really inexpensive ones. I saw one around Christmas time for $26, and it was in a machine that you could run die cuts through and emboss. So Amazon would be my choice to go and shop for those. I don't have a specific link for one for you because I don't have one. I don't have a generic one. I have the electric kind or the old school Sizzix. I bring the Sizzix one in here from time to time for videos. Also, if you're looking for a die cutting embossing machine, a lot of people, if you have like a marketplace or even fake Facebook marketplace, if you have Offer Up, I think, depending on where you live, you might have a place that people sell, like, you know, stuff they want to pass on to other people, right? So a lot of people bought die cutting machines when they were doing scrapbooking and card making, and, you know, hobbies change, people's time changes, and they don't have time to craft anymore or whatever. So a lot of people are selling those die cutting machines and embossing machines on those secondhand marketplaces, even eBay. You could pick up a die cutting or embossing machine that's like a brand name, like Sizzix. I would only buy used if it's brand name, probably, but Amazon has cheap enough ones that are brand new. They're generic, but I think they'll probably work just fine. They looked good. This is just generic, cheap little stuff to make, but you know, it's like a digital printed journal card with a little focal point stuck on. I didn't want to do too much collage work because I wanted to see the cards, but these ones will just be journal cards. I need a new ink blendy thingy. It's not working so well today. But these will be things that I can stick in this pocket that we made. I won't stick both in there because they're too similar. I don't like sticking ephemera in the same pocket if it's the same make, right? Like if I made it out of a masterboard, I would typically put part of the, you know, if I made two tags out of masterboard, I would not stick them in the same pocket. I would not stick these two journal cards in the same pocket or close to each other in the journal. I try to put them away from each other so it doesn't all look the same. Like I wouldn't just do this because it's two pieces of printed digital. So I would only use one piece of printed digital and I would space them out. He could go in here. He could go in here. He's not going to. I would not do this because it's two pieces the same. This one is a little harder to get into. She's just too big for it, but you guys know what I mean. She'd have to go that way and he'd have to go that way. And then we'd have a big tag in the back. But at least we made a couple little pieces. I don't know where I'll put them, but at least we made a couple quick little pieces while we were chatting. Anyway, we decorated the front cover. If you missed that, this is the front cover of my journal. She is looking a little plain down here, and it did bother me in this corner. So something else may appear there when you see the final flip through. I do have a lot of ephemera made. I should be able to glue in ephemera and put my lace on my pages this evening, and then one will be done. The other two, in the very beginning of this, I assembled 2 signatures. So those are ready to, they need the edges cut, and then they are ready to sew in. So I will have 3 finished journals before we do the first March class. I will also sell all 3 of these finished journals before we do the March class. So these are available. I will post a flip through when they are done. I am going to load them up with some antique ephemera. I do have stuff from my finished ephemera boxes I will load in here, as well as the ephemera you saw me make, plus probably some other things. Well, definitely some other things you didn't see me make. But anyway, they'll get done. They'll get filmed. I will do flip through video, and then these will become available. So there's that. In addition to these 3, I have 3 Christmas journals that need finished and will be available in the near future. The 3 fairy journals, I have 3 of them completed. I need to film the flip through video for fairy journals. I also have 3 French country journals and they're done. French country, French farmhouse, whatever, the 3 of those. And I also have 3 botanical journals. I have a lot of filming of flip throughs to do for you all, but all my journals will be coming available in the next couple of weeks. So if you're looking for journals, they're coming. If you made your own journal, feel free, share pictures of it in the Facebook group. If you are going to sell your journals, I again recommend that you film a flip through video, put it out on YouTube, maybe find Facebook groups that allow you to sell journals, and find Facebook groups that allow you to post a video. Mine doesn't allow you to post videos because in those videos, you guys could have copyrighted music. Your neighbor could be playing copyrighted music. Your TV could be on, and that could get me a copyright strike. So there's a lot of reasons why groups don't allow videos. More and more of them don't allow videos. But if you find one that does, then, a flip through video there is great. Most groups will allow you to do a reel, so a small little short thing, and that's because we have the time to watch it to make sure it's not copyrighted or whatever. Most of those have music or no audio to begin with, so reels are good if you want to do that. Otherwise, just a couple posts, a couple pictures of your journal. Show the front cover, show your favorite couple pages. You might show some handmade ephemera you made, and just say available if you're allowed to sell in that Facebook group. Otherwise, post it. Maybe somebody will contact you privately, and if the group does not have rules about backdoor selling, then you'll be able to sell it directly to them through Facebook messages. Please don't be the kind of person who posts pictures of your work, and then when somebody comments, send them a message and say, do you want to buy this journal? Please don't be that person. When you share your work, it should be for the sole intent of sharing your work. Maybe you have a journal that's available, and if somebody reaches out to you and asks you to buy it, or if it's available, that's fine. But don't be the person who every time somebody leaves a comment on a post of yours, contact them. That nobody likes that. It's too much. Don't do it. Also, most groups ban people for that. So if you have been doing that, don't do it. There are some of you who have been doing it in mine, and I've just tried to look the other way. But I will say, in the near future, we'll have a group moderator, and the group moderator will not look the other way. They will have a set criteria, and even if you are my most bestest friend, you will probably just get banned because that person has a set of rules that they have to operate by. So while I have let some things slide, they will not. And it's just because somebody needs to help manage it, right? As it grows, I think we're at what are we? 11,800 group members. So as the group continues to grow, it usually grows 1,000 a month or so. it's getting harder and harder for me to see all the posts. I need help in there. I need somebody else to have eyes to see if people are being mean. Sometimes people say terrible things. Sometimes people post porn. Sometimes people post links to scammy sites. It's just a lot to manage. And like I said, 90% of it is all great and wonderful. 10% of it is terrible. We spend so many hours on the 10%, and we would like to not spend it. So anyway, I will be bringing on an admin in the Facebook group. Once we get our own Facebook group under control and I have help there, we will have a secondary Facebook group for you all to sell into. You can sell anything in the secondary Facebook group as long as it's handmade. There's going to be very few rules there other than be kind, don't scam people, and really that's it. It has to be handmade. That's the only other one. And it's because I don't want it to be like, here's a sticker pack I bought from Temu or whatever. I don't like that kind of stuff. I will use things from Amazon or whatever from time to time. I've never shopped at those places, and the reason why I don't like them is the rules for them are very non-existent. They steal other artists' work all the time, and I cannot stand the theft of other people's work, and the fact that it happens like every day on those sites. Like they've stolen Anna Griffin dies. They've stolen Tim Holtz stamp sets. They've actually made them and they'll sell them for like $5, and you all will buy them. And what you do is your business. But when you do stuff like that, it makes it so that eventually you will not have Anna Griffin things. It makes it so eventually you will not have Tim Holtz things, because no American business can compete with things being sold for $3. And that stuff in China is being made with very unscrupulous labor. I don't want to support the labor practices. I don't want to support the theft of other people's intellectual property. And I don't want to support businesses that will put my favorite designers of craft products in America out of business. I don't want to support companies who literally make it so Tim Holtz doesn't design new products anymore. I don't want to support people who will ruin things I love. And it's not the people of China. It is the people who are making these kinds of decisions where they force labor and they steal people's designs, and they don't care. So they don't listen to the rules. It doesn't apply to them. So basically, when you shop on those sites, and I'm just going to say this very bluntly, when you shop on those sites, you are directly impacting the American companies that you love. And if you all can please try to remember this, if you like to have Sizzix things, if you like to have Tim Holtz things, even though he's not doing much new things, if you like to have whatever your favorite paper line is or craft company or whatever in America that you're used to, you have to support them. And when you go to those other places are hurting those American companies. They're really putting them out of business. And Joanne stores and your local scrapbooking and paper crafting stores, they cannot compete because we refuse to run sweatshops. We refuse to run concentration camps of persecuted religious peoples in other countries and force them to do labor and crochet things for us. And these are the practices, guys. It's not fake. You can look it up. It's not a right wing or a left wing party thing. This is just reality of craft supplies. So you shop wherever you want to shop, but keep in mind, there's a reason why those things are inexpensive, and it's unscrupulous labor practices, and it's stolen artwork, and it's going against and hurting the American companies, the American shops that you love. So if you want to have American craft companies, you need to support American craft companies. Love the Chinese people. Nothing against Chinese people. But those are the issues. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up with that. Why do I say it? Because I see it and it hurts, and I don't want to see it in the Facebook groups. I don't want, designers to say, hey, look, I'd rather just retire and not make new product because of the way the market is going. Because, $3 things exist, but they're stolen. And I mean, have you guys seen the designers? I must switch this camera back around. Have you guys seen? You probably have. So, Tracy, I believe Tracy's made a video where people stole her artwork. I know that many of the junk journal digital makers and stuff that we know and we love, they've all made videos where those Chinese sites have stolen their artwork. And they cry, and the amount of stress and pressure and just the terrible feeling of having something that you worked hard and you poured your heart and soul in just being stolen and mass produced, and knowing that sweatshop people and whatever are making it, like, it's terrible. And they get really upset, and it puts them through such emotional distress. It's like PTSD for them, like legit PTSD for them. And so it's just like really, really bad. It just is. It's something that we don't necessarily think about when we see the deal, right? We see the price point and we're like, oh, I recognize that. That's a Tim Holtz stamp set because I've seen it. It was out there at one point. And I'm like, oh, those are Tim Holtz designs. Those are Tim Holtz stamp sets. I know those are Tim Holtz stamp sets. It's a 1-for-1. It was clear stamps, but it was a 1-for-1. And I'm like, it's $6. Hundreds of people are buying them. They see the deal, but they don't think about the cost, the real cost of it. The real cost of it is Tim Holtz doesn't make new things anymore. That's the real cost of it. I'm not saying he ever said that's the reason, but he may have just retired for his own reasons. But I bet you at some point, those issues have come up and they have been discussed. It's just, it's hard to be an American business and pay American wages, and American insurance. And, we take care of our employees. We have to do all the right things, right? We have to pay all the right taxes. We have to do all the things that are legally required of us, and we cannot compete with that labor, nor do we want to have that kind of labor practices. So anyway, that's that. Think of the whole cost. Even Amazon, and I recommend Amazon all the time. And I know that Amazon has some of the same things, and I don't buy those things from Amazon, but from time to time, yeah, I will have bought something and not know, oh, this die set is really a copy of this die set or whatever. There's a lot of things to think about. Painting images stolen, quit writing, and that was one of them. Yeah, and this is the thing. Everyone thinks that if you are an American company, even a big one, even a big name like Anna Griffin, that's a big name, right? That's a big name with some dollar signs attached to it. You would think that her company would legally be able to fight the copy and theft of her work, and I'm sure she did. But because it's international law, it's different, and it is extremely expensive and extremely hard to fight. A lot of times when American, and this is my only main thing to say about American companies. A lot of times when you, as an American company, decide to take your product to China and have China make your product, you give them the designs, you give them all the specs to manufacture it. A lot of times those designs are then sold or stolen from other factories, right? Or they make excess product and then they sell the excess product with your designs on Temu or whatever. I don't even know what the other ones are anymore. But I'm just saying, in America, we don't really have dye manufacturing facilities. They don't. And so a lot of them had to go to China for that. But had to is not really the right response to that either. I think American companies need to make their stuff in America, and then less theft will happen. Less intellectual theft will happen. Yeah, that's true. Anyway, it is what it is. Just think about the total cost wherever you shop. That's all. Support those companies that you love, because if you don't support them, those companies won't be here anymore, because nobody can afford to make products for free, right? So that's that. All right, guys. Thanks for joining me. We did make a couple little things. We did decorate a cover. I don't feel like we ever get much done, because it's like I want to hang out and I want to chat with you guys. And so I don't get very much done. I think the 365 videos need to come back when we're going to have journal kits, because they allow me to make the ephemera and the 365 videos. So I think that definitely needs to come back so that we can get on track with the journal making as well. Thanks, guys. And thank you for the surprises. That was amazing. Definitely made me happy. Thank you very much. You guys really went above and beyond. I don't know what Diana's is yet, but thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. And I will see you guys on Tuesday for the live sale. And I'll see you guys on Thursday for the live sale. And then I'll be back next Saturday. We will be working on miscellaneous journals next Saturday. We will not be making the new journal kit next Saturday, because most of us won't have it. I don't want to start without you all. So we will pick up an extra. There will still be 4 classes for the next journal kit, and we'll pick up an extra day at some point during the month of March for that. So just know I'll be here next Saturday as well. We'll be making whatever. Whatever. It'll be a surprise. I guess you have to join to find out. Okay. Bye, guys. Thanks so much. It was good to see you all. Have a good rest of your weekend.